Dun, dun. Hey, everybody, welcome to CES 2023 Day 4 coverage from the Tech Podcast Network. My name is Todd Cochran. I am the host of the Geek News Central podcast at geeknewscentral.com. Make sure you get over to geeknewscentral.com and follow and subscribe to the show and check all our partner shows out as well. The Gadget Professor, Mr. Don Bain, has departed Las Vegas, but definitely check his show out. Kirk Corliss and Scott from GNC Week in Review are on deck here. And, of course, check out all the other shows that are partnering here for our coverage at CES 2023, including Plug Hits Live and also I'm having a brain fart this morning, the Tech Ranch with Marlo Anderson. So definitely check out all those shows. Matter of fact, we are live multicasting in multiple locations. We're on Twitch, we're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, we're on YouTube. We're everywhere you get your podcasts, including apps from newpodcastapps.com. We are lit and live from the Podverse. Matter of fact, we're watching the Boost. People that are boosting the show, we definitely thank you so very much. And if you're not using a new podcast app, if you're on an old, crummy legacy app, they're not crummy, but if you're on an old app, go over to newpodcastapps.com. Pick up one of those new podcasting apps and join the cool kids and doing the cool things that's happening as we expand the podcasting space. So this morning, Sundays are always challenges here at CES because the heavy hitters have left, important staff has left, and then who is left here? Well, people that have really got a lot to lose. In other words, the small booths, the 10 by 10s, those owners are trying to make that connection and make that deal and get their product to market and get the word out. So really the best is really saved for the last. Now, our coverage today is probably going to go through about 12:30, 1 o'clock Eastern time, Pacific time, and just because it's a slower show day. And we do have folks booked, but there are going to be some time here, just like this morning, where people are supposed to be sitting in the chair, but are not here. And, Vegas is Vegas. People go out and hit it pretty hard Friday and Saturday night and forget they have appointments, and it's just the way it works. And but the traffic on the show floor yesterday was kind of slow in the very beginning, but then it built all day, and the vendors were getting an amazing amount of foot traffic here. So I did 2 rounds of being on the floor yesterday, which I talked about at length in the Day 3 coverage, but I'll go over some of that stuff again in case you missed our coverage yesterday, and I'll talk about some of the things I saw literally near the end of the day as I was taking the stroll around the Venetian. In fact, on this floor, I saved this floor for last. For years and years and years, when we came to CES, there was a whole section over in the Hilton that was primarily reserved for Chinese manufacturers from Shenzhen, China. And I always wondered where they had shifted all those people, being that they were not, well, it's not the Hilton anymore. It's called something else. But it's most people that have been to Vegas numerous times know what I'm referring to. It's a big hotel that's right next to LVCC. But those vendors, I just wondered where they were all at. And I've seen them sprinkled throughout the show, but a huge, huge number of them are at the end of the hall. As I'm looking down the hall, and it goes all the way across the back building, I used to laugh that they never saw media. And whenever we would go to that area to just do a run-through, and maybe you would find 1 or 2 vendors that had cool stuff, and you would say, maybe give them an interview. And when you did that, I told my team, never, ever, ever let go of the microphone, because they will talk 20 minutes about everything in their booth. And so it was kind of the comedy thing. But yesterday was no different in that I walked through and was really looking for a vendor that would pique my interest. One of them, and it's not necessarily a company out of Shenzhen, but it's a candy machine maker. You've seen these in grocery stores. Again, this show is really about how do you reach consumers, and whether it's the little machines that contain a toy or it has the claw that comes down and picks something up. A company called CandyMachines.com had a variety of candy machines out, even a Pac-Man console for people to pay and play. So I thought that was pretty fun. I've never seen them here at the event. So if you're looking to get in the vending business, they even had vending modules for sale where you could put that vending module and tie into something existing that you have now. So I thought that was pretty interesting, candymachines.com. Also, I continue to see at this show more and more lighting products, and probably it's because of the TikTok phase of everyone wanting to do the online creators and doing shorts and so forth. So just a large number of companies with rings, lights, apparatuses to hold your cell phone and so forth. Saw a couple of companies that I'll talk about here in a minute. Something I saw that was kind of fun and kid fun. And, if your kids have earpods, they're kind of plain Jane, and, how do you keep them straight unless you've marked the case? Well, there's a company that has skins for AirPods. It's called Rock Max, ROCKMAX, and they're available on Amazon. And they're just cute little wraps that it would be used by, I would say, 12 and under. It's art skin, and you can basically buy these on Amazon and then put these wraps on not only AirPods, but they had them for headphones as well. Walking through that section, I did find one company that I was really amazed about. And it's they tout themselves to be the most portable laser engraver and cutter company that sells to consumers. And again, this was a company out of Shenzhen, and they had a laser called Laser Pecker 4, and it's a true dual laser for almost any materials. They have a Kickstarter going on that you can get in to join. But when I watched the machine at work, it does about a 12 by 9. That's about the biggest size you can put in there. And it's just one of those lasers that you can use to laser almost anything. They had flask, they had wood, they had metal plates, you name it. They were doing business cards. It's pretty cool. And it's not, I wouldn't say fast. It's, back and forth like this from a speed standpoint, but under $2,000. And I don't normally know what those commercial lasers cost. I'm sure they're much more expensive, but this one was pretty awesome. And saw time, and again, they got a Kickstarter. You can buy this online. One thing too that I had a little bit of a inside laugh about was a lot of the stuff that's in that section ends up with a manufacturer label on it from a different company. Someone comes in, does a licensing deal, they buy 50,000 units, and it's labeled for their brand, even though it's made by that manufacturer and you design and anything. The company had nothing to do with it. They just bought it and threw a label on it. Well, while I was in West Hall 2 days ago, I took a picture of a company that is offering a home battery backup, basically kind of like an Elon Musk type of solution with batteries that you can have mounted to the wall, and you can run your home for 12 to 24 hours on backup, definitely tied to solar systems and all that. And I was familiar with the company, but I wasn't familiar that they had gotten into the power pack business, the home power pack business. So I took a bunch of pictures of their stuff. And then yesterday, when I was walking over in the section where all of these manufacturers are, lo and behold, what did I find? I found the same exact form factor that was being displayed in another well-known vendor's booth. And I got a big chuckle out of it because I had asked the company in West Hall, I said, I didn't know you guys were in the, home battery business. He said, oh, we're into that, da-da-da. And I'd gotten this whole spiel, right? All the specs and everything. And I had taken a picture of the spec sheet in that booth. So I stopped in the booth that was of the Shenzhen manufacturer, and I asked the guy, I said, can I see the specs on this? And he was a little bit hesitant for some reason. Didn't speak very good English, but finally he found some sheet of paper, and I took a picture of it, and I did a comparison. Exactly the same thing. So this is not surprising. We've seen this countless times here at CES, and be honest with you, that's what these vendors from China are hoping to do. They're hoping to sign deals with companies to have their product brought to market, and basically they benefit by selling mass quantities of these things. They're hitting the coffee here pretty hard this morning. Also, well, I'll get to it when I get there. Someone's okay. Let me tell them you can come now if you want. Somebody's a vendor. If you can come now if you want. Let's see. What is our? Do you know what our booth number is? Yeah. Okay. I'll tell them where to come. We are next to Nanoleaf. Yeah. Yeah, someone wants to come and do an interview, so. So someone's trying to find that out for me. All right, while they're finding that out, it's okay. I told them where we're next to. Okay. So as I was... okay, 50129. 50129. Okay. Okay, so as I'm traipsing around, it's really what I'm doing. I was just walking around looking at different things. I also saw a hydrogen powered generator and portable. So they have a tank that contains the hydrogen, and it runs into a device that basically converts that to energy. And I was pretty amazed. It's a standalone hydrogen fuel cell power station, first of its kind hydrogen fuel cell mobile device, provides constant and reliable power solution to individuals and businesses. Energy density up to 33.6 kilowatts, which is about 2 times 7 that of traditional fossil fuels and 100 times the theoretical limit of lithium batteries. They generate power using a chemical reaction rather than combustion. Of course, functions extremely cold conditions. No need for extra care if it's not been used for a long time. No electricity loss or standby time. So, and it has an output power of 3,000 watts, 68 pounds, working temperature minus 25 to minus 60. So I thought that was pretty cool. I have no idea what it costs. Not nary one clue of the cost of that particular device. Yeah, we can bring him up. All right. All right. Hey, good morning and welcome to CES and our coverage here. So, I talked to you folks the other day over in the booth.
Yeah.
Why don't you introduce yourself and tell the audience about your company and what you're doing here at the show?
Sure. Well, I'm Brian Shelf, founder and CEO of Eardes. And we're here as part of the Case Western Reserve delegation.
Right.
They're very kind enough to invite us here since one of our founding members is an alumni. So big shout out to them.
Yeah.
And we're here. Our product, basically, we've taken every freely available live outdoor web camera, like traffic cameras, resort cameras, all that sort of thing. This huge source of data that's sort of spread out in all these different formats at different places. And we've developed a way to take all that and put it into one single database in one format, which, of course, lends itself to any number of machine learning applications, which is what we're here trying to get funding for, is to develop those further. So,
when I was in at your booth, what amazed me was, and I think we've all seen this. Sometimes we want to look at a traffic cam per se to see how bad. You have lots of apps now that tells you what the traffic is, but sometimes maybe you want to look and say, I knew at least in Hawaii that some of the cameras I could see in certain stretches, and I knew where bottlenecks were, and it would tell me, okay, I know my commute's going to be an hour versus 30 minutes, But I knew where that specific site was. I didn't know where any of the other sites, because each state and these things are spread across hundreds, probably maybe 1,000.
50 different formats, 50 different websites, and that's just the states. That's not even including all of the other sources that were.
So you guys have mapped and basically put in basically a geo map. I guess that's the best way to say it, where every traffic cam is in the database, and you can see along a route you're going, and these other sources too, where actually cameras exist.
Yep. Yeah, and that's one of the really cool things about this is, like, we can take all these, just really any source, and then it's all in one place in one format. So if whatever you're trying to do, we can add just a huge amount of data. Like, we've talked to people who are doing machine learning with sets of 200 or 600 cameras.
Right.
And, we can quintuple that immediately.
So
depending on what you're doing.
So for the machine learning, what do you think then are potential research or scenarios people would run?
Well, one thing I've personally been working on my little laptop in my spare time at 2 in the morning is I've been working on an algorithm that can automatically detect whether snow is sticking to a road or not. And what we want to do is sort of develop a route planning feature to this that will take all that into account, in addition to just traffic sensors.
Right.
And of course, this really lends itself to counting cars and doing predictive analysis with that. We were also talking to someone who was interested in using this to track wildfire smoke, which this would be very useful for. Basically what we're doing is adding data points. What I've come to realize is a lot of the machine learning applications are already out there, but they're using sample sizes of a few hundred.
Don't you think too that municipalities and counties might use this as well? Of course, they probably have. If it's a county, they probably know where all their cameras are at and don't necessarily need this. But you would think that there could be some predictive analysis done to say, hey, maybe update an app and say you definitely got slippery roads.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can see it, but maybe it's some sort of warning before someone gets in a car to go on a route.
Yes.
And by the way, you've got snow and ice on this route.
That's exactly what we're trying to do here. The way I sort of envision it is we run this more or less continuously, and then it highlights the sections of road that have snow on them.
Right.
If the road is snow covered or not, or if it's wet or not, or if it's sunny and dry.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. So where can people find information? What's the website and what's the cost?
So the website is iridesusa.com, and that gives you access to the 42,000 state cameras that we have. We have more lined up, but for money reasons, essentially, we're limiting ourselves
Sure.
at the moment. But you get access to all of those for $10 a year right now.
Awesome.
We're really just
Wow.
trying to get the word out and
Wow.
we're doing this on a budget of about $200 a month right now.
Okay.
So just any little bit
Gets put
helps right back into it, and it helps add more features.
So it's irides.usa.com.
iridesusa.com.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I put a USA. I put a dot in there that needed to be in there. Well, Brian, thank you so much for coming by and sharing.
Yeah,
and
thank you so much for having me. And again, big shout out to Case for having us.
Yeah, and and Bob Spoko and the group over there at Case. Those of you who don't know it, Case brings teams. I guess that's the best way, or companies or startups and people looking for funding and have ideas. It's Case Western Reserve to the show, and we've talked to their teams or to the groups that they bring the show for many, many years. So it's a great job over there. Great program out of Cincinnati.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for being on. And it's true. I even had a bottle of whiskey one time from a startup that was over there that was basically doing a new way of, well, I think they were calling it whiskey. I think there's rules around bourbon and all that, but it was pretty slick. I'm going to say hello to everyone on Facebook. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see if the person texted back. Okay. I'm glad they showed up. Can you give us a little interlude here? All right, let me go ahead and bring up my my discussion of the stuff that I ran through yesterday. Okay, talked about that already. Also, the company Whisker was here, so if you've got cats and would like to have a little more clean litter box, they were here with some new products. A company that is definitely looking for more folks to do battery business with is a company called Hame, H-A-M-E, which, by the way, was the company that licensed some stuff. I saw a really, really cool ergonomic table. Real nice finish. A lot of the ergonomic tables that raise and lower are typically have kind of this flat mat type of design. If you like something a little more splashy, the Ergo AV ERDS1-01B was really, really nice. And I'll have these pictures in our live blog. Run a little bit behind on the live blog postings, largely because just sometimes the internet doesn't support us that well. There's also a company, and sometimes you walk into a company's booth and you say, I want that. And the company I saw that had this cool portable projection screen that would be perfect for a trade show booth, I said, I want to order that. How much is his? Well, he says it's $80 in quantities of 100. And I'm like, okay, give me your distributors, people that are selling these for you, because I just need one. And so that's sometimes the case when you see something and you're like, oh, that will work perfect for this solution. And then you're like, okay, I don't want to buy 80 of them. And again, some companies are here strictly to find distribution deals. A new company with Christmas tree style lights is called Popo Cola, P-O-P-O, Colo, Popo Colo, P-O-P-O-C-O-L-O. There's a lot of these popping up because there's one very, very popular company that their stuff is very expensive, very, 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 very expensive. And So there's competitors that are popping up in the market with a more discounted price, easier to swallow on the checkbook when you're thinking about picking up lights that will drape over the top of bushes and on the side of your house or even on your roof. Again, Popo Colo was the company. Also, just because I'm a mic dude, I ran through and saw a company called Fifine, Fifine. They had every imaginable type of microphone in their booth. And again, it will never make the market as Fifine. It'll make the market with someone else's logo on it, probably on some Amazon site. Someone will be reselling these things. So I just took a picture of the booth, and I'll be posting that in the live blog. You know, essential oils and aromatherapy are lovely, and I don't know how many of you have an aromatherapy device. And basically, you take most of the devices are very, very simple. They contain a water basin of distilled water. You add essential oils to that basin, 2, 3, 4, 5 drops. It circulates it up a little bit, and then it produces a mist. And those are, I have one in my house. I absolutely love it. And I came through and I found a company called Wemore, Wemor, the Wemore 2. And it was basically an aromatherapy machine. And it was really nice. And what I found unique on the back of it was it had 3 essential oil basically screwed up into it. I thought, oh, I can put my essential oils directly in the back and let it pull from it. I don't have to put drops in. Well, that wasn't the case. They're selling the cartridges, and there's only 3 types of cartridges, and then you run a program. It tells you what you want. You tell it what you want, and it produces the aromatherapy. And I asked what the recharge cost. The initial unit was a couple $100, which is pretty high. And the second part of it, the app lets you pick out what you're trying to achieve: relaxation, etc. I do mine oftentimes for relaxation, and I have different essential oils for different purposes. But they had only 3 in the back, and they put the mixture in it that you desire. And then what happens is once the essential oils run out, you have to buy them from them again, and it's about $60 to do the refill, which is not bad considering some essential oils can be $30 or $40 for each container. So it wasn't that bad, but I just wanted to have more control, and the lady didn't fully understand that. But again, it was a pretty nice device, and an app to go along with it as well. Lots of products here for cats and dogs. There was a company called TikPaws, Tikpaws, and they're actually, some of the company names don't mean where their actual product is located, and I don't know. It looks like they were on LinkedIn and they have Facebook and Twitter, but it's the actual company's website is SZ Pet, and then it's Pet Trust, P-Trust, SZPETRUST.com. And I've got a couple of cats at my place, and I have one of those self-waterers. But if, like this week, I'm out, they're self-feeding, there's plenty of water for them. But there's really, and I get back, I'll have to wash that water bowl because it's kind of been a week, right? This was basically a waterer for cats that circulates. So to me, that was pretty impressive, and definitely the water, it looked fresher. So I think this was a pretty cool thing for your kitty cats. TikPaws and TIKPAWS, but the website is SZPETRUST.com. Also, I looked at the world's safest baby seat. It's from a company called Baby Ark, Babyark. Now hold on to your hat. This child seat is over $1,000, but it has won a bunch of awards. It has some very unique features I've never seen in a car seat ever. It has a base that not only sits in the seat and gets strapped in, but has a ledge that comes out and it goes down on the floor to provide stability for the car seat. There are essentially compression spring or compression military grade shock absorbers in it that allows the seat to have some absorption effect from an impact. It has side impact dampening through a unique system. It will tell you if everything is not set up correctly. It basically has a red indication that says baby's not locked in, the straps aren't tight enough, or it's not connected correctly in the back of the seat. Excuse me. But this thing was pretty amazing. Coming out later this year. Again, it's going to be over $1,000. So, you grandma and grandpas out there, if you have a son or daughter that is getting ready to be needing a car seat, this thing is the Cadillac of car seats. It's beyond impressive. And again, I think what you'll see here is this will probably make some pretty big news in the U.S. once it's on the market. If you're watching live, make sure you check in and say hello this morning. Again, we have people lined up, but we'll see as they arrive. It could be a pretty slow morning. We're going all the way to about 12:30 today. We do have our best of show picks we're going to do later. So thanks for joining. The next company that I looked at is, our feet. And you find that out at this show. At the end of this show, your feet are just, throbbing because you've just about had enough. I think I did 18,000 steps 2 days ago. I think I did about 14,000 yesterday. So I'm putting in a lot of steps at this show. So there's a company called AETrex, AETREX. And this is something that blew me away. We've all seen when we went to a shoe store, someone bring out the shoe horn and you basically put your foot in it. It tells you how wide your foot is and, what the length is. And I think if you're a grown adult, you probably know your shoe size. Well, they've got about 300 or 400 locations currently where you go in, you take your shoes off, take your socks off, and you step onto this device. And it measures everything. Takes a 3D image of your foot, both right and left, tells you exact shoe size, tells you about your arch, tells you about pressure points, all these things that need adjusted, and they do have the ability to buy inserts. Now, I'm not a big insert person. I've bought inserts in the past. I've never been impressed, but these are custom-made inserts that are designed from a 3D picture from your foot. It's as if you stuck your foot in a mold, and then you pulled your foot out, and ta-da, you've got, perfect mold for inserts. Well, not only do they tie this to the ability to buy inserts, but they also have a database of shoes from different manufacturers and what shoes will fit you the best based upon your foot width, your arch, all of these things that are tracked. That they've actually done the inverse and mapping shoe manufacturers to see which feet are going to work best and who have be the most comfy fit. So I would love. Okay. Let me go back to the camera. I just messed up here because I had to respond to a vendor. the beauty about this is your data's on file, and you can go to their website, and then as years go on, you can find out which shoes are the best. A vendor that was here yesterday called Vasco, $348 translator, translates into 70 some languages. A very impressive piece of hardware. It is a handheld device. You speak into it in your native language, and it comes out the other end in the language that you've selected. Spanish, Japanese, Chinese, Romanian, or you basically Russian, you name it. But Vasco Electronics, really, really nice product. I really was impressed with it. It does come with a lifetime internet connection, so wherever you travel with it, it will be connected to a carrier in that area. And again, you don't have to pay an ongoing fee. It's a one-time buy, and software updates and so forth. But the translation engine lives in the cloud, so it does its best work when it's connected. So it's very, very, very cool. I have a picture that it looks really amazing, and I will post it to the live blog. It was individuals that were in a booth that did 15-minute professional teeth whitening, and they were charging for this, of course, and they had people that were lined up there with they look like cyborgs. They look like they've been plugged in, kind of like what you would see in movie creds going to crap here, The Matrix. They got these things in their face and it's glowing. It's a very cool picture. I couldn't resist. I was walking by to take an image or take a picture. Also, there was a company that was named the New York Times or the Time Magazine's best invention of 2022. Also, New York Post and Whole Foods. What it was, and I'll be honest with you, when I walked up to the booth, I really was struggling to understand what this device did. And I'm looking at it, it's got LEDs, it's flashing, and what it is, it's basically a flashlight that can be used as a headband. It can be used carry it in your hand. It's got incredible lumen power. You can change colors. It's got an SOS distractor. It's got a GPS locator in it. This is an amazing little product, and I'll have a link to it when we post the information in the live blog. But it was really, really cool. Also, there was a company there that had a CES Innovation Award called Tritona, Tritona. Now, I don't know if you have a fire extinguisher in your house. I have a couple of fire extinguishers in my house because if you need one, you're probably going to need two, at a minimum, if you have a need for a fire extinguisher. Because if you've ever shot a fire extinguisher, they don't go that long. You get about and that's about it. What Tritona is basically a bottle that you throw into where a fire is. If let's say you got something, a garage is on fire, something where you can physically throw something into the fire. It has a special chemical component in it that it's not just water. There's something else in this that basically, when the bottle breaks, it's like immediate suppression of a fire. And the video that they showed on their website was pretty impressive. And what they've done in Korea with this product is manufacturers have placed these all over buildings, in the middle of the buildings. And so if there's a fire that breaks out, employees can grab these and break these if they need an escape route to get out of a building, to clear an area wide enough to go through. But they're trying to get distribution here in the United States. I'm sure they're going to do that. But again, it's called Tritona, Tritona. And I was pretty impressed. I have no idea on the price at all. But the demo that they had was pretty cool. So they have a CES innovation area where you can just walk through and look at things. Victrola has a new LP player, very, very nice device. Folks that, keyboards, how do keyboards get awards? Well, the folks at Targus have an energy harvesting EcoSmart keyboard. And as I'm reading this, it basically combines advanced energy harvesting solar technology with post-consumer recycled materials and ultra-low powered Bluetooth. It is in sustainable packaging. It includes a Targus Defense Guard antimicrobial protection, but it's designed for today's conscious consumers. And it's a lightweight portable keyboard that basically you never have to put a battery in, ever, and still maintain the ability to be connected via Bluetooth. Also, I saw a wearable air purifier. This thing was big. I don't know who, and honestly, would wear this. It's the world's first air purifier with noise-canceling earbuds. It can generate up to 6 million negative ions around a user's facial area every 0.6 seconds. So, matter of fact, just talked about this company, and they're going to show us a demo. Hey, Lante, they're a walk-on for me. Hey, doing good? Okay, I want to welcome our next guest. I was just talking about you guys. I was going through my pictures I took yesterday, and then you come up the stairs. I'm like, literally 5 minutes ago. So welcome to the show. And your first name is?
Robert.
Robert, and you're from Geordie Light.
Yes, from Geordie Light, exactly.
So I was telling the audience when I was walking by your booth, I saw these LEDs on basically what you have in your hand, and if we put it here, that's where the camera can see it. I was like, what is this? And stop and talk with your team. But essentially, do you describe this as a flashlight, or how do you describe this?
I describe it as an adventure utility flashlight because it has a lot of other features which make it a little bit higher than a normal flashlight, I would say.
So walk us through just give us the normal pitch on this.
Okay, so basically the idea is today that if you need a flashlight, in general you're going to need a handheld flashlight, a headlight, and a lantern.
Right.
So what we did was we made one flexible device that does all three. You fold it into a handheld flashlight like this. Then you can wear it on your head as a headlight, or you can hang it on different surfaces and equipment. It's got magnets in it as well, so any metallic surface as well.
Why don't you go ahead and turn it on so we can...
Sure. So to turn it on, you just kind of slide your finger, and there you go.
And you can actually turn some off as well, right?
Exactly. All you need to do is touch the lights that you need on.
Oh.
And you have as much or as little light as you'd like.
As you need.
And then each Geordie light comes with the ability to store up to 9 different colors. Using the options button, the user could set the colors that they want.
Right.
And using the mobile app, they can actually choose from 256 different colors to store those on the device.
Awesome.
Then we also have 3 brightness levels that also the user can choose how bright each one is using the mobile app. And then we also have a few other really cool features like the SOS mode. The SOS mode activates automatically when it detects a fall or an impact, and will actually send an emergency message to an emergency contact when that happens.
So this has a LTE, or how does it do VGPS, or how is it?
So basically, it has an internal measurement unit, or an IMU, and that's how it detects the fall and due to an inertial change.
Right.
And then you have we have a built-in magnetometer, which gives us the ability to show direction using a compass.
So not only do you not need a compass anymore, you've got the ability to send an emergency message. Well, if it detects a fall.
Exactly, by way of the Bluetooth.
By way of the Bluetooth.
Yes.
Okay, so it goes via the Bluetooth to your phone.
Exactly.
All right, I got you. So how many lumens is this?
So with all the LEDs on full intensity, it gives out 3,600 lumens.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's pretty bright. And what are you finding then in your initial testing? Who's using this the most?
So the people that use it the most are outdoor adventurers, people that like camping, hiking, climbing. It's waterproof, so you could take it scuba diving as well. So that's the main target that we're looking at. Another target, though, is also commercial customers like construction workers and security people and so on.
How long will a single charge last?
So if you have all the LEDs on with the full intensity, it will give you 4 hours.
4 hours.
And if you lower it down to 15% intensity with all the LEDs on again, which is around 520 lumens, it would give you 9 hours.
9 hours.
Yeah.
For me, when I saw this and fully understood the utility of it, I got to thinking about, I camp, and, you always have to have a couple flashlights around. This, to me, because, when you turn a flashlight, it's like, it's full blast.
Mm-hmm.
And this, I like the idea is if it's the middle of the night and you need to go out and, use the facilities or whatever it may be, I could turn the intensity down because it's blackout. I don't need full blast. May not wake other people up as well.
Absolutely.
So there's all kinds of cool utilities on this. And, I think as you showed when you came up here, does that actually snap together too?
Yeah. You could actually do it like this.
Oh, so it's that. Oh, I like that a lot.
A little bit of candlelight.
Yeah. So what is this going to retail for, and where's people going to be able to find it?
So we're going to launch on Kickstarter at the end of the month.
Okay.
It's going to be, the retail price is $99, but if they sign up on our website, they'll actually get it for 40% off on the Kickstarter campaign.
Awesome.
And then we'll be on Amazon and other websites near you right after that.
Where can they find information about the Kickstarter then?
If they go to the website, jordilight.com, JORDILIGHT.com.
Outstanding. So here it is, folks. This is what I was talking about, and I was walking through. Again, when you get the explanation, you fully understand it. But when I saw it, if I can get this to open up.
Yeah, it's better if you unsnap the magnet first. Then
it was sitting on the shelf like this with a multicolored LED going, and I was like, what is that? But then once you made the explanation, perfectly clear. Well, great product. Good luck on your Kickstarter.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. And, but one thing I should do. You told me the origin story.
Yeah.
All right. I said, what did you think? How did you think this up? You have to tell the audience this. Tell me your origin story.
All right. Well, basically, I was having a dream that I was running away from some people, and I had a U-shaped flashlight in my hand. I got to a wall that I needed to climb, and instead of throwing it away, I put it on my head, I climbed, and then in that process, I actually fell and woke up, and that's when it hit me, a flashlight that you could wear and hold. Nobody's done that yet.
It's amazing. You can't even make that up origin story. So
thank you.
Again, thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having us. I appreciate
absolutely.
it.
Bye-bye.
Have a great day.
You never know where an idea for a product is going to originate. To me, that's an amazing part of being here at CES. You just don't know what you're going to see, and believe me, we've seen a lot of different things, and that's probably the most unique origin story that I've ever been told. Okay. We talked about the Baby Arc, that product. I've talked about the shoe, our foot measurement product. Talked about Vasco. What's next on my list here? We already talked about the Ordi Light. Talked about the Tritona. So let me go through here. We was talking about some CES innovation stuff. Okay, I talked about it yesterday, but Smart Sky X, in one word, and they're on NASDAQ, is SkyX, SKYX. This company's going to go places in a very, very big way. I don't know what their price on the stock market is. Let me see if I can actually see what their price is. This stock is $3.12 at the moment. I don't give stock advice, and again, any money you invest in the stock market can be 100% lost. But I think this is going to be a big winner. I think this is going to be huge. And why is it going to be huge? It's a lighting, aka lighting fixture base that allows you to plug and play smart lights using a proprietary app. Now, why would this be an incredible product? Once you put the base in, and the base is very simple. If anyone's put a lighting fixture in or a ceiling fan, you know how troublesome that can be. It's got, the base of it has a plus, minus, ground, and then it mounts right up into your existing box that is used to hold lights and so forth. And from there, once it's installed, you can literally change a lighting fixture in minutes. I mean, minutes. And you can have a Christmas lighting fixture in your living room. You can have change something that's more summer. I can see where this product will transform how people's homes looks. Instead of having a fixture that remains on the ceiling for years and years and years, I think you'll see mini chandeliers. You'll see just the use cases are off the chart. Now, you're not going to put one of these in every room. The base cost about $149. But again, once it's installed, you can buy any SkyX compatible light. Plug, click, you're in, you're done. Really that simple from a change out. And again, they're on NASDAQ for $3.12. Stock's been pretty flat. Let me look at the 1 month history on this. They're up. They were about $2 in December. Let me look at the 6 month. They've been high as about $6-7, down as low as $1.60, and now around $3.12. Just based on everything from this show. Again, you can lose every penny you put into this, but I might invest in this company from buying some stock personally. I think that stock is going to be going places just because of they have 60 patents on this technology that they're using for lighting. So again, haven't been paid. Just looked at the product, saw how it worked, saw how easy it was to change a light, and some of you think, well, we'll change a light. But what if you could? What if you could change a fixture, the actual lamp, on a yearly basis, or you want to have a different look for a holiday? I think it's going to be big, 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 big. Also, another company that I was not familiar with at all was called Pivo. Incredible product for people that are creators, specifically people that do TikTok dancing and that kind of stuff. This Pivo is it allows you to have smooth tracking, but it does more than just tracking you. you can set your phone into the mount, into this Pivo mount, and set it to do a 365. Do a smooth 365 a picture, and it also has the ability to move it from room to room and then stitch those pictures together and have a transversable image. You have the ability to stand in front of it and walk, and it will track you. And if you want to get closer, you just make do like this to the camera, and it will come closer to you. This is a pretty cool product from Mobile Device and Accessories. Again, Pivo Max and the Pivo. They have 3 versions of this. A pretty cool product just for creators alone. You can use remote control or, again, tie it to the app. One of the companies that was here that I didn't get a good picture. Let me see if I can see the company name. They use graphene to basically produce heat that is not, and it looks like fire, but it's not. It actually has heat coming out of radiated from it as a display. One company was called NanoWeb, and they have transparent EMI shielding in a microwave. So you know how in a microwave they've got that basically it's those little holes you see through, which we've never had. You can't really see like clear glass through a microwave. Well, this company has done that. Again, it is called NanoWeb. It's transparent EMI shielding film, and if they grow like I think they're going to grow, we will no longer have to have that poke hole grid in front of a new microwave that you'll buy in the future. For the fellas out there that are tired of blowing snow, for those of you up there in snow country right now, Yarbo has the product for you. It's a remote-controlled snow blower. Pretty impressive. It's on a track, and you basically can run this thing without. It's programmable too on where it's going to go, so you don't have to go out and snow blow. You can sit or you don't have to maybe go out with it, but you don't have to get snow blown all over you as it drives through and does snow blowing. So Yarbo, Yarbo. So should have reminded you guys, if you want to save money on a Pivo, you can use the promo code CES 2023 to get 30% off a product order right now. So listening to the show, you save yourself 30% off on their starter kit. And I'll have an interview out from them after the show's finished. I've never really been a pizza maker, and I found one that was produced by the company Geneverse, Geneverse. It's called the Halo, and it is basically an outdoor pizza oven. It's something that I know some people have these, but again, this one's a dedicated outdoor pizza oven, and I believe it actually runs on. It does run on propane, so I was eyeballing this thing, but again, it's from Geneverse, Geneverse. For those of you that are contractors out there, I would love to hear your opinion on a product from Recon, Reekon. This is a world's smartest tape measure. It's a standard tape measure, but it's tied to a digital output. You can store links. There's all kinds of things you can do with this. To me, I looked at it and I thought, wow, that'd be cool to have in the toolbox. But I really don't know, tape measure is tape measure, right? I have the capability of looking at the length and knowing what it is. And if I'm measuring 3.5 feet, that's it's pretty easy, right? But this particular tape measure is basically the world's smartest one. It's got a digital readout on it and everything. So I kind of thought that was cool. Yesterday we had a vendor on called Contents from Contents.com, another one of those AI writing platforms, kind of similar to ChatGPT, or what's the other AI one that is in the United States? But anyway, they were here. Check them out. So that was what happened yesterday as I was walking through the halls and some stuff. This hall and stuff that I saw yesterday. Did not get interviews with all those folks. Some of it was very self-explanatory. Don't need to spend 3 minutes talking about an electric tape measure. A picture's worth 1,000 words. So we'll get those in the live blog. Again, this coverage of the CES is day 4. This is our final day of coverage, and we knew it was going to be a little slow. Didn't know it was going to be quite this slow this morning. We've got a couple of hours worth of coverage left. So at some point we're going to do a swap out, or I'll invite Scott up here to chit-chat. The team's, I think the team is pretty toast at this point. We've all been going pretty hard. Really, this is for us, even though it's day 4 of the show, we've really been going hard this is 6th day for us, day and a half to get the studio set up and dialed in, and then all the other events in the evenings and so forth. So a pretty extensive show. I was going to look at our live blog to see if there was stuff on there that other team members have taken pictures of. And the live blog is available at techpodcast.com, geeknewscentral.com. Right on the main page, you can see the images. I think Kirk is over right now at LVCC. He just posted some pictures from the Canon booth. He's also been over to LG and walking through their stuff. Kodak, the Kodak booth, even the United States Postal Service as well. So it looks like he's making the rounds. He also looked at some 3D pinball machines, which is great. Yesterday, he covered a company called CubeTail. That's up in the blog. But again, we've got a lot of cool stuff in our live blog that you can look at. The Plugheads team was over at the TCL looking at the Ray Neo yesterday. I believe those are some sort of augmented glasses. I'm not 100% sure, but it's a smart wearable, I guess. So Alante of the team over there got an interview with them, and that'll be up after the show as well. But it looks like that Plugheads team yesterday was as well at Canon and doing an interview. A lot of gamer stuff. That's their team does a lot more. I do no gaming coverage, zero, and that's where the Plugheads team does do that. So if you're looking for the video gaming type of coverage, definitely look at Plugheads Live and their content. So again, a lot of cool stuff going on with the live blog. You get a little behind the scenes here, what's going on. They were over at Unistellar, which is a company that has telescopes. Very nice. But again, it just goes on and on. And of course, I had some pictures from Sony and the Star Sphere that I was pretty enamored with a few days ago. But again, my phone is full of pictures that have not yet made it to the live blog. We'll make sure that we keep that open so for team members to continue to contribute stuff for the next couple of days as we get caught up as the show comes to an end. But I think what we're going to do for a second is we're going to just take a short break. We'll be back with you in a few minutes. I'm going to stand up, stretch my legs, and then we'll come back and continue our day 4 coverage. right, everybody, welcome back. Oops. Yeah, there we are. Welcome back. And day 4 coverage, CES 2023. My name is Todd Cochran, the host of the Geek News Central podcast at geeknewscentral.com, a twice-weekly tech show that you should follow or subscribe to in your favorite podcasting app. Just go over to geeknewscentral.com and get subscribed to the show. Sign up for a newsletter as well. The newsletter contains everything I talk about in my twice-weekly podcast, delivered directly to your email inbox. No other chatter than that, no spam, nothing like that. Just the show notes delivered to you. Definitely subscribe to our other shows. They're part of the network here that we're covering for Tech Podcast Live. You can find all the participating shows at techpodcast.com. Those include GNC Week in Review, The Gadget Professor with Mr. Don Bain, the Plug Hits Live and the Plug Hits Live team, and, of course, the Tech Ranch with Marlo Anderson. All those are the teams that have been here bringing you essentially about 40 hours of content from CES. Maybe not that much, maybe 30-some hours. And definitely we want to thank all of you supporting our sponsors. I'm also the founder of Blueberry Podcasting at blueberry.com. If you want to start a podcast, you can do so very easily by going over to blueberry.com without the E's, signing up for an account using the promo code Blueberry004 to get a 60-day free trial of podcasting. We are now starting to see some of our guests show up, so we're going to go ahead and cycle them through. They're getting their product unboxed. And actually, we've got some teams that are scouring the floors, looking for additional people to bring on to keep the coverage rocking here. But again, just if you are not familiar with us, we are an independent team of content creators that all work together to bring this coverage to you from CES. Completely independent, self-funded, self-sponsored. That's how it kind of works. So definitely check it out. We're also live and lit. If you are using a legacy app from a legacy podcasting app, you definitely want to go over to newpodcastapps.com and grab yourself a new podcasting app so that you can be notified when your favorite show actually goes live. So it's okay. Take your time. Take your time. It's good. Okay. Yeah. Let's see here. Let me reach down here and we'll get this plugged in. Yeah, people show up and they get real nervous, and we've got all the time in the world. So, yeah. Yeah, I'll get it for them. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, setting it here is good. And then we can plug it in. All right. Okay, so again, we're lit and live on new podcast apps. Grab yourself a new podcast app at newpodcastapps.com. Oh, something is inflating. All right, we're with Brent Chappell. Chapel. Welcome to our live coverage here at CES. So it looks like a pillow. What do we have here?
So what we've got here is a snoring solution. So everybody knows somebody that snores. And the whole idea behind the Motion Pillow, the product that you're looking at here, is that when you're snoring, typically it's caused by lying on your back. The muscles in your upper airway have relaxed somewhat. They kind of fall into your trachea and cause that turbulent breathing.
Sure.
And rather than having somebody, smack you on the arm and flip you over,
which that's what always happens. Yep.
Typically, yes. Yep. What the Motion Pillow is designed to do is that it can learn what your snoring sounds like. When it detects you begun snoring, it'll find the position of your head on the pillow and then reposition your head to reopen that airway and stop you from snoring without waking you up.
Oh, that's interesting. So does this help people with sleep apnea too?
So what I will say is that it's not a medical device.
Right.
It's really intended to be a consumer product. We
Yep.
want people to be able to walk in and buy one if they want one.
Sure.
But for somebody like me, I do have an obstructive sleep apnea
Yeah.
that really only affects me when I'm lying on my back. So I fall asleep on my side every night. That's what I find to be the most comfortable. But if I do happen to end up on my back in the middle of the night and I begin to snore, that's exactly where the motion pillow is meant to come in.
Right.
So always consult with a medical professional first.
Of course.
Of course, to find out what's causing your snoring exactly. But if you're like me and lying on your back is the problem, then the motion pillow is here to help.
You know, we've all done it, you know, and you have a partner that's sawing logs, and you're like, you know, you do the little gentle shove, you know, or you tilt their head, try to move their head a little bit to, you know, and try not to wake them up, but oftentimes that's exactly what you do, and you might get an elbow, you know, because you woke somebody up and they don't know that you can't sleep because they're driving you insane. There's a lot of people that need this.
Oh, yeah, and that's what we've been seeing over the course of the show is most of the people who are interested in this product, who want to talk about it, it's not the people snoring themselves.
Right.
Obviously. It doesn't bother them.
Right.
But it's the people who are in a room with somebody who snores, or even two people who both snore in the same room.
Right. I remember I was in the military for 25 years, so when we'd go on deployment and have to be 4 or 5 people in a room, there was always that one dude. And, you know, he got eviscerated quite a bit. But I don't know if he'd take this on deployment with him, but I sure wish we would have had it. What have you guys found out with people using this? How effective has it been?
So we actually did conduct a small-scale clinical-style trial, which showed us that 93% or more of the respondents, of the people who were using it, saw a reduction in their snoring just using the motion pillow.
I know it's in demo mode right now,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm assuming the pillow stays still.
Precisely, yes. So when you're using it, it's really simple. You set it on your bed, you press one button to turn it on, and forget about it.
And forget.
You go to sleep. Once it detects that you've begun snoring, that's when the process starts.
And I think, too, even if you sleep alone and you snore, you're probably not getting as good a night's sleep. I don't know, maybe people that snore are not getting into certain REM stages. So at least, even if you're alone and you know you snore, you wake up and you're, oh my God, my throat's sore because you've been cranking away all night. This potentially would allow people to get better sleep regardless.
Yeah, exactly. And there are a lot of health benefits to not snoring. I mean, when you're snoring, it's an indication that you're not breathing that well in your sleep. And depending on how bad your snoring is, you could be losing a lot of oxygen. And that can lead to all sorts of health problems. I mean, the biggest one is you wake up tired.
Yeah.
And that's what I was dealing with for years and years. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to get my hands on one yet, but I will. The second that this is available, I will have one on my bed.
So have they been here looking for distribution, or is the company just ready to bring this to the market? What is the status on this then?
So this is our company, 10 Minds, based in South Korea. So it is currently available on the South Korean market. We intend to bring it to market here in the U.S. Q3 this year, and we are looking for distribution and retail partners. MSRP it's currently selling in South Korea for approximately $600 US.
Okay.
And we're looking to, at launch, to keep it in that between $600 and $700 US price range.
And just so the folks that are watching this, it is soft. So, pillow comfort is a big thing with a lot of people. So I actually want to put my head on this thing. It feels pretty good.
It's a nice memory foam pillow. It is certified memory foam. It also has removable foam inserts you can use to adjust the height of the pillow, because I know I like the thickest pillow I can possibly get my hands on. But some people prefer a thinner pillow, and that's something that you can do.
Awesome. All right, so this is the motion pillow to help you with your snoring and to stop you snoring. And like many of the products here at CES, not available in the United States yet, but third quarter. That's the projection.
Very soon.
10 Minds is the website. 10 Minds.
It is motionpillow.com.
Motionpillow.com. Even easier to remember. All right, Brent, thanks for bringing this by.
Thanks for having me.
Cool stuff. All during the show, I'm thinking, what am I going to buy? Let's get this to market, because this will go on a side of a bed where for an individual that saws logs.
And that's exactly what we're hoping for.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Cool. Very, very cool. Again, motionpillow.com, not yet available in the United States. And I know you've been seeing it go up and down when we're doing the demo, but don't worry. Again, it stays still until it needs to move your head, and then it moves you gently so you don't. Oh, yeah, let me unplug. I'm sitting here holding the plug. They can't take it off the screen. And if anybody wants to help with distribution, I'm sure they'd be happy to talk to you as well. So, again, not a medical device, just so we're clear there. We have to be very, very, very clear about that. That's the type of cool stuff you see at the show that you're like, yep, I think we all know someone, right? I think snoring is just universal. It's global. You know, doesn't matter if you're skinny, doesn't matter if you're fat, doesn't mean, it doesn't matter. Some people just snore, and it's largely because of that obstructed airway. And, I have been on a CPAP machine personally for many, many years, probably at this point since 2008. It was life-changing for me to be on a CPAP machine. Let me just say this. If you have a significant other or someone that tells you that you are stopped breathing while you're sleeping, please talk to your doctor about it, because the ramifications of not getting treated for sleep apnea can be a death blow. And I'm serious about that, because the mechanics, I'm not a doctor, but the mechanics of sleep apnea is what happens is, for those that have true sleep apnea, is you're sleeping, and at some point you stop breathing, you have an apnea session, and your heart is like pitter-pattering along, and all of a sudden it's not getting fresh oxygen and saying, hey, what's going on? You're not giving me fresh O2. And all of a sudden the brain starts kicking in the heart rate. And your heart rate raises because the heart is trying to pump more oxygen into your blood that doesn't exist. The heart rate goes up, and it gets to a certain point where it triggers something in your brain, and you'll shudder or jump or you'll move, and it's a body self-defense mechanism that, hey, I need some O2, and you'll breathe. And you'll go for a little bit, maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes, and then bam, another sleep apnea session. And this is when you go get a sleep study. That's what they look for, is how many sessions an hour do you have of sleep apnea, and then they are able to make a prognosis and then a recommendation that you go on a sleep apnea machine. I was having sleep apnea about every 7 minutes. And I would wake up in the morning feeling I was refreshed, but I would be sitting in a stoplight, and I would have a micro sleep because my body was starved for sleep. But at the same time, my heart was running a marathon every night. And what sleep apnea leads to, amongst other things, is diabetes, blood pressure, enlarged heart, all kinds of crazy factors. And untreated sleep apnea, you will die, in my opinion, you'll die much younger than you should. So if you know someone that has an apnea, to get them to see your doctor and tell them, I'm not breathing at night. You stop, and there are apps now, if you live alone, to kind of monitor what's going on with you too, so that, if you're waking up and you're not feeling right, or you're having micro sleep sessions at stoplights, then it's something you should look at. But again, the prior guest device was not a medical device, no FDA, anything like that. It's just to assist you in the stop snoring. So our next guest is here, and I'll go ahead and let you introduce yourself and your company and tell us what you've got here for the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely.
My name is Marco. I'm the business development officer at Healables Digital Health. It's a company from originally from Israel, from Jerusalem, and we have developed a wearable device using microcurrent to treat pain, to manage pain.
Okay.
We're currently a wellness device, sports, and in parallel we're running clinical trials to obtain the FDA in the future.
So I'm looking at your brochure here, and it looks to me like it's a upper arm cuff.
Yeah, we have a smart textile.
And if you want to put it right here is where the camera can see.
Smart textile like this.
Yeah.
For the arm, but we also have for the leg.
Okay.
And a sock. What it does, it shortens the recovery time of an athlete, makes the senior citizen walk better at home. It boosts performance, optimized performance. It's we also have a leg and a sock, as I was saying.
Okay.
So we got soreness. We get back to the game.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming then that based upon what I'm seeing here is there's some sort of element that touches the skin.
Correct.
And does some sort of electrical stimulation?
It's electrical stimulation. It's not TENS. Physical therapists have been using TENS devices,
where it's
electrodes,
right,
standalone with gel
yeah.
from a large machine or a small machine, of course,
Yeah.
battery.
Sure.
And what this is actually electrostream microcurrent therapy with electrodes. Microcurrent, that's the basic principle behind. It's 1,000 times smaller than ampere.
Okay.
So it's subsensorial.
So you don't even feel it?
No. This is exactly the thing. We add also a vibration here element so that people feel it.
Right.
But the main wearable is actually using microcurrent.
So tell me about what does this micro electrical current then stimulate the muscles? What does it do? How does it help the recovery process better or make you recover faster?
Microcurrent has been around for decades.
Right.
What we did actually is we shrank the size of the current device on the market at physical therapist clinics.
Yep.
And we made it wearable. So the microcurrent is delivered through electrodes that are embedded into the textile. This is a smart washable textile, so it can be washed many times.
Sure.
And through using the system that used at the physical therapy clinic, these electrodes are set in a way that in the middle, where the joints are located,
sure,
that electricity is actually, electricity, that energy,
the
small
energy,
energy
right.
is delivered to. And it works on the cellular level. It energizes the cells, and we have for that very specific protocol, sports performance and wellness protocols for that.
How long have you been in development with this?
We've been since 2018, and all was R&D, and this year at CES is our launch, our international launch.
So I'm assuming that at this point you're looking for partners to work with to take this to production. Or are you at production stage with this?
Yeah, we have launched our, they're about to come to the market, our first batch of 100 pieces.
Awesome.
And we're looking for distributors, we're looking for investors interested to share the mission of chronic pain.
So for years I suffered, I had a back injury in 2004 and I suffered from sciatica. It was horrible for a while. And finally I was able to find between therapy and the shiatsu, I was able to recover from sciatica. So how does this affect those types of situations? Does this help those types of people suffering from?
In our compendium, in our usability testing trials, we have seen all different types of parts, joints, and so forth. We have a T-shirt that actually also manages the pain of lower back.
From the lower back.
Yeah.
So that's often where the sciatica originates, is back here and wraps around. Well, that's very, very cool. So do you think insurance is going to cover this, or will there be, where are we looking at price-wise on this?
We're looking price-wise at this for our interface at $899.
Okay.
$899, and for the sleeves at $99, and using the SaaS model as well for physical therapists, chiropractors, PTs who actually want to use it.
So if you want the ARM version, about $1,000 in, $8.99, whatever it may be. Leg, same pricing, or
Yeah, that's same
pretty
pricing.
pricing.
For that, yeah.
The folks that have used this, what have they said about the results?
We've got 88% of the people have been used have experienced at least 50% on average pain reduction.
Wow. Muscle pain, or I guess there's a variety of different. When you break a bone, that's a certain type of pain, right?
Yeah, of course. Everything is depends on the subject, depends on the specific. We are not medical, so obviously we can't talk about that.
Right.
But we're wellness and sports.
Okay.
So it's again shortening the recovery time. Yeah,
So
of an
muscle
athlete.
soreness, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get back to a game.
Yeah. Really awesome. Congratulations with getting to launch. That's
so
the long run. Healables.com, is that the website?
Correct. That's it.
All right.
And we actually have a U.S. company as well, based in Miami,
Okay.
for commercialization in the U.S.
So it's called Electro Gear, everyone, powered by Healables, HEALABLES.com. Definitely check it out on the marketplace. Go to their website. Again, just coming to market with this. And for those of you that are athletes or PTs or whatever it may be, it sounds like a product that you want to may add to your repertoire of treatments. So thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
for
absolutely. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Again, this is Brent Chappelle from. No, sorry. What was your name again?
Marco.
Marco. Look at the old screen. All right. So Marco from Healables. Thanks.
Thank you.
We'll edit that. One thing's for sure is the health tech side of things has, over the past really 10 years, has exploded here at CES. And I think that we are seeing a lot of very smart people doing some very smart things with helping us just feel better in a shorter amount of time. All right. Let me look at where we're at here. And just kind of checking our streams out and see if any of you have touched base with the show. If you're watching live, make sure you say hello. Hello, Bill. Hey, Kirk. Hey, Jim. Thank you all for checking in to the live coverage. Excuse me, live coverage here. If you're listening to us on a new podcasting app, Podcasting 2.0, newpodcastapps.com, send us a boost. Send us a boostagram. Let us know that you are listening to the show. I see that Mike Dell via Podverse was doing some live boosting about 4 minutes ago by the minute. I definitely appreciate Mike, you for doing that as well. I was going to see if I could bring it up here on my screen. Yep. I don't think I can because I don't remember the URL. And go search for it. This is the advantage of having the laptop here on the desk today, because yesterday I had my iPad and it was kicking my butt. No, I want to do. Oh, that was nice. I just dropped my water, but that's okay. I'll get it later. Don't worry. Yeah, let me bring this up. Connect it to my account, and we can actually see what people have been boosting, if anyone's been saying anything during the live event. I'm looking at the boostograms. Mike says, great show. Wish I was there. 1,000 sat boost. We got love the lit stream from Anonymous yesterday. 10,000 sats. We got 10,000 sats from Mitch. Says, congrats on going lit. I'd love to hear the process is working for you. So anyway, we've got some boosts that have come in for our live stream. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, newpodcastapps.com, ladies and gentlemen, is the place to go and replace your old fewer Basically, new podcasting apps add a lot of features to what you would normally find in a traditional podcasting app. So, kind of on a mission right now to move many of you over onto those new apps so that you can support shows that you love with micropayments without transaction fees. Imagine trying to send someone $1 via PayPal. Well, PayPal takes 49 cents. When you're using a new podcast app and doing it with Satoshis, it costs about a penny. So that is a big, big difference. Everyone wins. Not only do you get the amount that you want sent to the creator gets the exact amount, and the fee is very, very tiny. So that's the best part of this new podcasting 2.0 initiatives that we're undertaking right now. So if I'm looking out here at the crowd today, and again, I did this a little bit yesterday, you can often see traffic volume based upon how many people are in the hallway. So being this is the last day of the show, I would say we are about, the first day was slammed. So if I use the first day as a comparison, I would say today we're at about 35% of that original maximum traffic amount. And being that it's 10:30 here in Vegas, and considering Friday and Saturday nights are pretty hearty party nights in Vegas, I think that we should not be surprised that the traffic's down a little bit. This is a big show to cover. It's like the equivalent of 100 football fields. 4,000 vendors across every potential consumer category that you can imagine. It's accessibility, health, smart home, 3D printing, furniture, smart kitchenware, health, everything for the traditional stuff you would think you would find at a consumer show like this. That home routers, switches, gadgets, cell phone covers. It just goes on and on and on. The extreme number of categories. Home lighting, a big new category is LED lighting. The company right off to my right called Nanoleaf. They have LED lighting for the home. Very elegant LED lighting. They've got robots. They've got lawnmowers. Over at West Hall, there was a Caterpillar dump truck showing off tech. They had boats. They've got TVs, cars, electric cars, hydrogen-powered vehicles. It just goes on and on and on and on. The breadth of the content category here, even to the point where at some of the Chinese booths they have nothing but connectors. Yes, just connectors, different styles of connectors, 90 degrees, 45s. 360 swivels. It just the list really truly is endless. For some reason, my computer has decided it's 2:36 in the morning. I don't know why it decided I'm 2:36 in the morning. Sometimes I had to turn the auto time off because it just couldn't figure out what time zone I was, but it looks like it's attempted to do it again, and I really don't understand. Apple's always been pretty good about, all right, let me see if it figures itself out. No, it still thinks I'm in Taiwan. How is that? What IP address am I on? I don't get it. I've never seen this before. Oh, now it just switched. It just switched to 10:37 a.m., which is the time it's supposed to be. But anyway, we'll take a break here for a few minutes to see what's going on, and we'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. And we're continuing coverage here of CES 2023, Day 4. Day 4 is always a grind because so many people have left, and we are left waiting for guests that were supposed to be here, but who have, whatever reason, missed their schedule. So what I'll go do is I'm going to go back, and for those of you that have missed or were at work for the first couple of days of the show, I'm going to go back and tell you some of the stuff that I saw early on at the event that I found was pretty fascinating. And I've got a whole plethora of different types of things to chit-chat about. And we can go through that lineup, and I can walk you a little bit through the show. And trying to get my pictures back here to the beginning. All right, let me come back here. So if we go back, okay, there. I see in a hotel room. Don't need to talk about that. One of the products that I saw at the show was from a company called it's basically the company is My Gun's Been Moved. It's a company that has a pad that you can put not just a gun, but any device on. And if it's moved, then an alert is sent. Oh, we got a guest coming up. That's Save the Day. So we're going to, as well as a company called Power One that allowed you to recharge your earbuds on the basically attached to your phone, so you didn't have to carry a separate pack. I saw a company called 1/3 that basically looks at the ripeness of. Got a product that's going to need to be plugged in. I might as well keep this power cord on my lap. That seems to be the theme of the day. Yeah, it was called 1/3, and it basically measures the ripeness of avocados and strawberries to see if they're really ripe. It's designed for folks that are selling different type of produce and look at the shelf life and how much time's available. So, all right, get our guest on here. Let's see if we can make sure her face is not impeded. I think that's the better place to put it. All right. Okay. I think we're ready to bring our guest on board. Hey, welcome to our coverage here at CES. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So tell me about your company, who you are, and what you're showing me here this morning.
Okay, I'm Kelly Chen. I'm the founder and CEO of Hikari.com. So we offer, we want to help people to live a healthier life by providing the easy to use and most comfortable health sensing, and to like the group they needed the most. For example, the elderly group, the baby, and the people who suffer from bad sleep.
So what you have in front of me is a light, but it's more than that. It looks to me like maybe there's a speaker here. Why don't you tell me about this light you're showing me?
Sure, of course. So let me turn it off for now. We call it the Smart Sleep Guardian. It's all-in-one sleep system. For example, you can see the light. So that's a bedside lamp. What's unique about the product is there is bioradar in here. Therefore, it's 100% for human body. It's something like Wi-Fi.
Sure.
What it does is it can sense your chest movement caused by respiration and heartbeat. And with all those information, will let you know your stage of sleep, your HRV, which indicate your stress level. That's very important for people, and your heart rate. Because low heart rate could indicate heart attack at night, and also respiration. That would be OSA, obstructive sleep apnea,
right.
Which will lead to bad sleep quality. So we will identify all those problems for people who suffer from sleep. And the most important thing is, with those information, we're able to offer customized solution to help them sleep better, because people are having bad sleep for different reasons.
So I'm assuming then this would go on a nightstand that's next to the bed. What is the field of view when it's looking at the? So if I have this on a nightstand, is the field of view like 2 or 3 feet wide, where the person's head would normally be on a pillow?
So very good question. When it stands on the nightstand, the coverage would be around 5 feet. It covers one person.
Okay.
So it can go as far as 1.5 meter. That's around 4 to 5 feet.
Okay. So if you had a spouse or partner, you could have one for the other side of the bed for that individual as well.
Yep.
So I'm assuming then this attaches to a mobile device with an app, provides some feedback to that. I find it pretty fascinating. How accurate is it in measuring respiration and heart rate? Because how do you actually pick up heart rate with this device?
Another very good question. So when people's hearts beat, it actually causes very small movement. That's micrometer level.
Right.
You cannot see it with your eyes,
Yep.
but because this is super accurate, it can catch that. And you will know your cardio.
Right.
So
what if someone's wrapped up real tight in a blanket and their head sticking out? What do you lose efficiency then?
Not at all, unless you are covered with metal. So, like I mentioned before, this is something the wave works similar as Wi-Fi.
Right.
We have Wi-Fi in the living room, but we can catch it like.
So it's no issue penetrating the blanket. Do you know what frequency it's operating at?
Yeah, it's 24G.
Oh, so it is. It's at 24,000. So that allows you. So those of you that don't understand this, when the higher in frequency you go, you get into what's called millimeter wave, and it's really has extremely high accuracy.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. And one thing I want to mention here is my tech co-founder. He's an expert in the field and done more than 10 years of theoretical study on this. And the best frequency to monitor humans' vital sign would be 27G.
Wow.
But that's not allowed by the government.
Right,
that's
because
why
you have to be within certain frequency ranges.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we go with 24G.
So 24G is not, and it's not that far off, but still, it's a little. You get tighter at 27, but 24 is acceptable, and that within the licensing range. So, is this a prototype? Where are you guys at on bringing this to market? What's the price going to be? All those things.
So this we want to bring it to the market here in US in mid this year. This is prototype, and we want to price it ranging from 100 to 200 US dollar. But we can take this down.
Sure.
This is a product. This one we are already selling.
Go ahead.
Yep.
So you're selling this already in the United States?
In China.
In China.
And it's for senior care. So how we started this whole company is that I used to raise up by my grandparents. My parent was busy working.
Sure.
Very close to them. But later on, they passed away about 7 years ago, and I feel very bad because I don't think they lived the best life before they passed away. I feel like there are so many things we can do to improve the quality of life for them.
Sure.
And therefore, one thing is, for the last few years when they were lying in bed, they simply just cannot get timely help. If we want to monitor their health situation, the only thing we can do is put a lot of oil on their body. They don't feel comfortable.
Right.
Anyway, therefore, I find this technology which can monitor people's vital sign remotely. And we spend time and make a product that is really good, and it's already selling to the premium senior care house in China.
So what's the different? Obviously, you get the same response. You get the same measurements, but how are they using that differently for the elderly?
So with the vital sign, we don't need any AI algorithm. So we catch, for example, the heartbeats, the HRV. That's simply by measurement.
Right.
But with the sleep monitoring, we compare it with PSG. That's the professional device, a diagnosis device
Right.
that the sleep expert use, and compare them. And with the AI algorithm, we are able to get stage of sleep, that kind of parameter with our AI algorithm.
So if this is being used standalone in China, where do they place this? Next to the bed or?
Yeah, so it will stick to the wall,
Oh,
against the wall.
yeah,
Just
with an angle.
yeah.
And then you can actually, so that way it doesn't have to be tied to this. Very, very smart. And then I'm assuming then there's a battery in that.
We don't build it because what we found out is with the elderly people, they don't really want complicated thing.
So it's just, it has a plug-in. Normal.
Yeah, so actually from here.
Okay. So the mountain is included to provide power.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Well, that's interesting. So has it been successful in China, or is it being widely adopted?
Yeah. So our company is a startup. We started last year, but very quickly we've been able to sell to the chain high-end senior care center.
Senior
so
care.
very good start. And also we've seen a lot of good, exciting opportunity here in CES. For example, nursing home
Right.
from Australia, from India, and
Because you can do remote monitoring without having somebody hooked up to something.
exactly.
Yeah, that's good. And you can get an alert if respiration goes down or heartbeat goes down. They can go check and see what's going on, or if there's some sort of distress.
Yep.
Yeah, very, very cool. And it doesn't, again, if you haven't ever spent time in a hospital, what do they have? They got a pressure cuff on you. They got electrodes on you measuring you, and maybe a finger monitor or something. And it gets a little old, but this is non-intrusive, and it's not going to bother someone sleeping. So it makes a
Yeah.
lot of sense. So the website again?
Oh, it's www.hecary.com, hikari.com.
Hikari.com. All right, very, very cool. And sometime this year, and hopefully in the United States, this will be available.
Yep.
Definitely keep us advised when it is, and then we can put an update and when the product's available. I hope you've had a good show and made good contacts.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming today. Never thought about remote monitoring like this. I don't know. I don't know if that exists. I guess I'd have to ask a health tech, someone that works in healthcare in a hospital or nursing home, if they have ever, if any of this type of tech exists already. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that it does. So, millimeter wave, I know a little bit about that. Millimeter wave, not only in this application, but in all the way up to the point. I just got a news alert on my phone. Millimeter wave is unique in that while the range of the signal, depending on the application, is not as let's say for an aircraft radar, the millimeter wave has an incredible accuracy. I mean, really, really incredible accuracy and a very low-cost application. It's truly transformative of basically, you think about radar, it's like you have this big transformer and a rectifier, and you're sending out energy at, tens of thousands of watts, and that principle hasn't changed, where a millimeter wave, you get up in the 50, 60, 80 gigahertz range. It just changes the whole dynamic completely. And I just never thought about millimeter wave being used, or 24G specifically, which is on the edge of millimeter wave, for being able to be, and actually, it's in the millimeter wave range, But again, very, very cool. Very, very cool. And it gets people thinking stuff up. And for the price point they're talking about, not bad at all. But again, I don't know if I've seen anything like that here currently by an American company. I don't know. But I guess we'll see more of this type of stuff coming out. All right, let me go back. I think at 11, I am swapping out. I don't know if my relief is here or not, but we'll keep an eye out for them. We've only got about 4 hours of coverage today, largely because of the situation where people are showing up and not showing up. Let me go back and get to the point where I can share some stuff that I saw. Okay, I talked about the Star Spear from Sony. Basically, Sony has put up a satellite via SpaceX. Professional photographers are going to be able to rent time on that satellite to get images of specific areas they want. These are not high, where you think about like a spy satellite where you can see in somebody's house. That's not the case here. They didn't give me the pixel resolution, but it basically said that you would not be able to distinguish a house. It would be fuzzy. So it's not like it's that type of a camera on a small mini sat. So this again is designed for taking pictures of regions and even pictures of space as well. So also saw a company, lots of POV, lots of cameras that are designed for people working at home now. Saw some incredible displays, muxwave.com. Absolutely, if I had a big corporate office somewhere and had a very, very big budget, I would have one of these screens in my lobby as people walked in. Muxwave.com, just an incredible solution. Holographic LED screen is just amazing from that standpoint. I saw an amazing desk called the 3D desk. Incredible price point, too. I just can't imagine a price point they quoted me being the price, but basically a standable desk with lots of features to rotate and move the monitors. It was very, 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 very nice. What else did I see that was notable? I stopped to see Jackery, and Jackery had a windmill that is a prototype. So Jackery is building a portable windmill where you can generate 400 watts of power. I don't know what type of wind speed is needed, but it was pretty slick that this was, something they're going to be coming out with this year. Something you can transport easy and set up, on a camping site or maybe you're at the ocean, depending where you can get enough wind to make this work. Not only do you have solar options now for Jackery, you've got wind as well, which is pretty cool. Stopped by the folks at Blue Eddy and got to walk through on their new product lines and stuff that they're doing from home energy storage. A booth I couldn't get into that was just packed was called PLOO Net Studio. You can create your own your own AI. So that if you want a chatbot of some sort, you can actually use your image in that case. I got to see an all-electric boat. It was kind of comical because I asked him what the range was, and he told me, and I said, well, then what do you do? He said, well, you just run the onboard generator to recharge the battery. Lots of robots, lots of motorcycles, lots of scooters, all electrically powered. Folks from Applied EV, just goes on and on and on. Well, I think Scott, are you going to take over for a little while?
I can. Something in my pocket just cracked. That scared me.
Oh, no.
It wasn't my phone, so it's okay. It's a press kit. Everything's fine. From the pillow company that you had on.
Yeah.
It looks like a little cassette tape. because everything is all rock and roll based.
Yeah.
So even their press kit comes in like an audio cassette box.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah, it is definitely at an angle now, though.
that lucky that versus the
Phone or something.
versus your phone. Yeah.
That's usually what's in my back pocket.
Right. I'm surprised more phones don't get ruined. I bet you when they do testing on cell phones, they sit down on them about 1,000 times.
Especially after the iPhone 4.
Right.
Or 6. It was the iPhone 6.
But yeah, so I was going back through my early day or first day pictures to start doing a walkthrough.
Sure.
But so looking at the floor, I think we're about 30% of what we were at peak.
Yeah, probably about there.
Yeah, maybe 25. I don't know.
The thing that's interesting is the booths are all differently manned today, which has become a problem. There are companies that I wanted to get on
That can't.
that can't. So there's a light company right here in our shot that's super cool.
Yep.
We're going to do a segment with them after the show because he's solo today. He cannot walk away.
Wow, because everyone else has left.
Exactly. So it's cool. It's a panel about like this. It's got a solar panel on the top, round dome with a diffuser. That's the light. Then you get all of these different fixtures, and you can one set of electronics lights up all these different fixtures.
Right.
Indoor, outdoor. He's got everything from these little lanterns to, he said, for like restaurants and stuff. He's got this big, tall, all stainless steel, like beautiful,
Sure.
huge line, but he only has to have one set of electronics.
That's pretty cool.
And it'll do cool light and warm light. You can kind of do whatever. Super smart.
I was looking at SkyX's stock price, $3.12. Do you think that's
I was looking at that the other day. It's important to note that this is not any kind of financial advice. This is two friends having a conversation.
Right.
There happens to be a camera pointed at us.
And I said that earlier too. And I said, but I might. I think they're going to go big.
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah.
Maybe it won't go as big as we think, but I think it's going to be big.
It's a brilliant idea, and we had a conversation in the pre-show. You were out of the country, but Marlo, Don, Kirk, and I, we talked about what we thought the show was going to be.
Yeah.
And we thought that it was going to, we always have the conversation. Is it evolutionary or revolutionary?
Right.
That R makes a big deal.
Yep.
And Marlo said, my gut feeling is revolutionary. And I've seen a lot of that this year.
Yeah.
Especially around standards. Right?
That's true.
SkyX, you've got the WPC now has the key standard is in place. There's products for the wireless kitchen, which I've been waiting on. There was the magnetic electrical outlet yesterday. That's a new standard for wall outlets.
Yep.
Yeah. It's been a revolutionary year for standards for sure.
And I think too is the reason I got excited about them is because it opens up a whole new marketing market for, people do not change fixtures. I have fixtures that are 10, 15 years old.
Yeah.
Because they're a pain to change.
Uh-huh.
So what if someone can change a fixture for Christmas or for
Themselves
spring
with no work.
with no work?
Were they on? No. We had to bounce out because the CEO had to leave.
I don't know if they were on or not. But
It would have been today.
Okay.
Yeah,
but
the CEO had to leave.
But I was over there and just, it's just fully aware.
We're going to do a post-show segment with them as well.
All right.
The thing about that I find most interesting is the double security on it.
Right.
It's got two 200-pound security locks.
Right.
So if one fails, it'll slap into the second one and keep going.
Right. Do you want to take this one and
Sure,
do a swap out?
Sure, absolutely.
All right, everybody. Scott's going to take over the helm here, and I'll be back with you guys in a bit. We're going to take this all the way through the end, but Geek News Central, Todd Cochran at Geek News Central, geeknewscentral.com. And, of course, you can find all the shows that are participating with our event here at techpodcast.com as well. So Scott's going to take my seat, and then I'll be back a little bit later after the trip to the little boys' room.
All right.
Help support our coverage using Blueberry, the community that gives creators the ability to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get 30 days to try out the service using promo code Blueberry004. That's BLUBRRY 004.
Oh. Give us just a moment. We will be go to All right, guys, I am back. I am Scott with Plug Hits Live. I am taking over what appears to be the last hour of the show, which is pretty good because I have spent most of the morning lining up this last hour of the show. It was completely accidental, I promise, that this is working out because we've got some guests here that I'm really excited about in this hour. So I'm glad Todd had to walk away and I get to take over. But we are not going to delay. We're going to get right down to it because we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Scott. Thanks.
Absolutely. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Paul Golden. I'm the Director of Marketing for the Wireless Power Consortium.
Well, welcome to the live show. We have done interviews in your booth in the past.
That's right.
And other than when we gave Chi our Best of CES award many years ago, I don't think the company has ever been in the studio, so it's good to have you here.
Yeah, it's good to be here. It's good to be back at CES after a few years.
Yeah, for sure. So tell people about the Wireless Power Consortium and, for me, more importantly, the little 2 that's on your shirt today.
Okay, well, the Wireless Power Consortium is a standards development organization. So we create standards. We have one specific standard that people are probably familiar with, even though they may not know who we are, and that's the Qi standard for wireless charging of smartphones. So if you have a phone that you've charged wirelessly, most likely it's using the Qi standard.
Yeah.
And it's been Qi certified. This year, we're here for 2 different standards. One is Qi 2, which is, you can think of as the next generation of the Qi standard.
Okay.
Big step forward, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And then the other thing is a standard we're developing specifically for the kitchens, which is called Qi.
Yes.
It's the Qi cordless kitchen, and that's had a lot of excitement here at the show.
I've told people this story. In fact, I was telling one of the exhibitors in the WPC booth that when we first encountered the organization on the floor, it was a big booth, and there was a car with, it was all conceptual, early days.
Yeah.
And I looked at all that and I said, no, Qi is what I'm going to focus on. And this kitchen thing, when they come up with a name, is what I want. But I have to support Qi today. The good technology. I'm excited about it. I have to support that hard today to be able to get to this.
Yeah.
So I am so excited that it's got a name and we're here.
Well, it's great to be here for this. So they talk. You mentioned Qi 2 first, so let's talk about that one first. So Qi 2, when you think of standards, and the average consumer really doesn't think about it this way, but standards really solve a couple of key problems for consumers. They provide safety, and when you're talking about electrical things, obviously safety is really important.
Yeah.
They make sure that a product is reliable, that it's efficient, and that it's interoperable. So, I don't want to have to worry about having, I can only use this charger with this phone, and I can use this device with this, but you want to be able to use any brand interchangeably.
Because in the early days of inductive charging for phones, you had Qi, you had the Samsung one, HP/Palm had their touchstones, and they were all different, and there were 2 touchstones.
Yeah. So how does the consumer keep track of all these things?
Right, exactly.
And you can't really build a category that way.
Right.
It just never works.
All you're going to do is annoy people.
Right.
And nobody's going to want to participate.
And what's been happening in wireless charging is that they're Qi certified devices, and then there are devices that call themselves works with Qi, Qi compatible, Qi enabled, all those sorts of things, and consumers are confused. Retailers tell us they're confused. They're not even sure how to train their people on this.
Right.
So what we've done with Qi 2 is we've basically created a standard that's going to unify all the wireless charging behind one global standard.
Okay.
And in its simplest form, you can almost think about what Qi by itself has been and what Apple's done with MagSafe, and we've kind of combined those under one umbrella.
Okay.
So the new Qi 2 standard is going to have a magnetic power profile similar to that MagSafe.
Okay.
MagSafe is an Apple trademark, but we'll have that magnetic power profile, one standard covering everybody, because Apple is 70% of the entire category. So it'll have that magnetic profile and enables a perfect alignment between the phone and the charger.
Right.
So, you've seen people try to say, okay, let me get my phone on my charger. I'm going to move it a little bit here, a little bit there. You don't have to worry about that anymore. It'll be a perfect alignment. And what happens with a perfect alignment, there's no loss of energy. So you have a more efficient charge, more efficient use of energy. It'll end up being a faster charge for some people because if you don't have that perfect alignment, you're losing energy. Lost energy means slower charging. So then there's some other things that we have that authentication, for instance, is one of the elements we'll add to it. So if you're if you have a Qi certified phone, you're putting on a non-Qi certified charger, it'll tell you, this is a non-certified charger.
Got it. And I know, I think the last time we talked specifically on certification and the importance of it.
Yeah.
Because you guys have this huge testing process to be able to be certified, to know that it's safe, it's compatible, and all the things that we as consumers need and want.
Absolutely, yeah. If it's Qi certified, it's gone through that testing process, and that testing process is done by independent third-party labs. We don't do that. We make sure that it's a very objective source that actually does that charging.
Gotcha.
That testing.
Yeah, and it's, from what I remember, it is an intense process.
Yes.
You're not going to get through it with anything wrong. It's intense.
And we get a lot of submissions that end up going back that have to be adjusted or modified because they don't meet the standard.
Gotcha. Well, that's good. And we always tell people, if it's not Qi certified, it's not. There were a couple of big manufacturers popular Amazon brands
Yeah.
that were Qi compatible,
Oh,
but
yeah.
weren't certified until recently,
Yeah.
about a year or so ago. And I told people, skip it, don't do it. They're inexpensive. I know they're popular, but skip it.
Well, we're also in the process right now helping consumers and making sure they understand what Qi certified is and how important it is. We're in the process of going after a number of those brands that are advertising on Amazon and other platforms like that are using the Qi logo illegally, or they're claiming to be Qi enabled and really they're not. And a number of those will be delisted very soon.
Okay. Well, good.
You got to protect the brand.
And the consumer.
Right.
And one motion will do both.
Right. Absolutely.
Good.
So you want to talk about Qi?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I saw an early prototype many years ago in your corner
Yep.
booth that's not there anymore.
Yeah.
Where lifted up the table and showed off the coil, and I've been on board ever since.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
itching.
So we got a lot more toys this time that we're able to play with appliances.
Yeah.
And for people who aren't familiar with it, what we're doing with Qi is we're creating a standard specifically for the kitchen. And what we've done is we've gone in and taken all the sort of different appliances you use in a kitchen. So a blender, an air fryer, a juicer, multi-mixer, tea kettles, coffee makers. And all those things use plugs.
Mm-hmm.
And consumers are telling us, you know what, I don't like these plugs because they get in the way. I get caught on them. It creates accidents.
There's never an outlet close enough.
Yeah, and
Cords are always this long.
The cords are always that long, and the cords are the first things to go. They start going, and then the device doesn't work anymore.
Right.
So what we've done is we've created the Qi cordless kitchen, and by taking away the cords, we're replacing them with transmitters that can either fit underneath the countertop, so they're hidden from view altogether, you don't see them, or they're built into a dual-purpose induction cooktop.
Right.
The appliances have a sensor in the bottom of the appliance. That appliance, when it sits on that transmitter, it registers and communicates with one another and sends power directly to it. So you just turn it right on. You move it off that transmitter, it immediately shuts off. If you knocked it over, it would immediately shut off.
Yeah.
And the neat thing about it is you can cook on that spot, take away that appliance, and it's not hot.
Right.
There's no heat. You can serve now in the same spot that you just finished cooking. So if you have a small kitchen or a very small eating area in your kitchen like this, you've really optimized the space.
Yeah.
And it makes a really, really sweet, beautiful kitchen because it's clean, it's neat. You don't have the cords going all over the place, and you can set up these little transmitters really anywhere you want.
And we used to talk with a former member of the team every year, and he and I had a whole conversation one year, and I was like, oh, you could have it in your dining room table.
Yeah.
And you could keep food warm on the table or on a serving table for a banquet or whatever.
Yeah.
Instead of having little candles all the time, you literally just put the heating tray down and it keeps everything going.
Yeah.
Like there's all kinds of interesting places where this would be amazingly useful.
Well, and we've had some interesting people coming to our booth talking about this. We had one company that outfits the insides of airplanes, private airplanes. And he said, we have a very small space and we're very weight constrained on this. And this would be great for preparing food in a plane.
Wow.
We had somebody with an RV saying, this would be perfect for our little kitchen in an RV.
Sure.
And then one of the interesting things we hadn't even thought about was for senior citizens. Older people, if they're like in an independent or assisted living, they often have a kitchenette in their apartments, but they can't have a cooktop because
Right.
it's a fire hazard.
Right.
Occasionally they may turn them on and kind of forget about it. You don't have that issue with this because
Right.
there's no heat you're not going to burn yourself. You can't keep it on because there's a sensor in it that if it gets to a certain temperature, it shuts off.
Right. Yeah, that interesting use cases.
Yeah. We're finding more and more of those as
Yeah.
we're showing up in places like this and showing people what the product is.
And that's one of the big benefits of a show like this for your, because everybody here has a different goal here.
Right.
And I would imagine for your organization, it's people coming up and going, hey, I could use this. Huh. And you're going, yeah, you're right. Take a note.
Yeah. Well, the most common question we get from people right here is, first they say, wow, this is really cool, and when can I get it?
Yeah.
Where can I get it?
Why don't I already have it?
And unfortunately, it's not here yet.
Yeah.
So we're at the stage right now where we're trying to build awareness with people to let them know it's coming. But the standard is about a year away.
Okay.
So January next year, we expect we'll have the standard done. So you'll start seeing products out in the market in about 18 months, middle of next year, 2024.
Nice. I had hoped for a compressed timeline like that. Once the name came out, I'm like, okay, I have a feeling we're going to get closer to it.
Yeah.
Because I've been watching this, 8 years now, watching the concept build up.
So our goal now, as we're getting close to that finish line,
Awesome.
is letting people know who might be in the influencers in this. So if you're an interior designer, or you are a kitchen futurist, or builders, construction people, things like that, letting them know this is something that's coming. You're going to want to know about it, because this is going to be the kitchen of the future.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Super excited about it. We've known each other for a number of years now, and I've been excited about this one in particular for a long time, so I'm glad to see we're getting close.
My wife keeps telling me, when can I get this in our kitchen? Come on.
Yeah. This is your thing. Let's get there. Well, I know people are going to want more information. How can they get it?
They can go to our website, wirelesspowerconsortium.com, and there's plenty of information there about G2 and Key, the cordless kitchen.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming and talking to me today.
Thanks for having me, Scott.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Have a good last couple hours of the show.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So we've been talking about Qi and Key for a number of years. One of my favorite stories is Danielle's first CES with us. She got to see it in action. A really, really early prototype, and one of our buddies opened up the case and showed her the coil and how it all worked, and it was a really cool experience for an 18-year-old who was about to go into engineering, and it's been really cool. We have got, so apparently my pushing today has worked, because my 1 hour here is going to be full. So we're going to have our next guest here in just a second. This has been a really good CES, Adam. I think we've had a lot of really good content this year. Some interesting stuff that I wasn't prepared for, and I think that revolutionary title that Marlo put on it is coming true.
Oh yeah.
What you have anything that's sticking out for you?
I like the the glasses that TCL had. You can plug them into a Steam Deck or a Switch or a PS5, and you can see them right through your eyes.
What?
So you can lay down on your bed. You don't have to sit up or anything.
Are you kidding me?
No.
How have I not heard this yet? Okay, that's awesome. Wow. Yeah, that's another one of those products I'm annoyed I don't already have. That has kind of been my theme this year, and that's a good sign that it's a revolutionary CES, because I'm like, oh, great, this is awesome. Why don't I already have it? So that's definitely a good thing. All right. Well, I believe. Oh, no, I don't know, because I see more action happening here. I don't know what's going on just yet. All right. Is there more? Is that it? Are we?
Yeah, this one. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. We've got a good show and tell coming. Show and tell is always a win for me. I always prefer show and tell to not.
Yeah.
And in fact, that's what I tell.
Thank you.
That's what I tell exhibitors. What we have right now? Oh, we got all kinds of stuff. Okay. Here's what we can do. We'll start with a bunch of the small stuff here on the table, and then once we get talking, we'll clear it and we'll talk about the stuff in action. How's that sound? All right. So, we got a big show and tell, because our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. We're almost done.
Cool. Yeah, it's last day of the show.
Indeed. And
Yeah.
I think we're all tired, and I think we're all ready for the lights to dim down.
Yeah.
But for now, go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Okay. My name is Edward, and I'm the founder of Syntec, the brand Syntec.
Okay.
And we're making the brand Syntec is making electronic accessories, and I'm also an alumni of University of California, Berkeley.
Okay.
And I earned a master degree there, and it's around about 7 years ago. And I work in San Francisco Bay Area, and at that time I did a lot of online shopping.
Okay.
I figured out that it was really hard to find accessories, very good, decent accessories online.
Yeah.
And at that time, we have great iPhones, laptops,
Sure.
all the good electronics with very good design. But we don't have a lot of accessories. With
It's
good
that middle stuff.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah. Then I want to bring some good quality accessories for all the electronics. Then
Sure.
I started from these accessories for your electronics.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you've got a whole bunch of
Yeah.
of little accessories here, and then we've got some bigger, more
one.
like flashy accessories
yeah,
up here.
yeah.
So I'm looking at,
I think
this one's a little different. Let's
Yeah.
start here. This is mostly cables and adapters here.
Cables and
So
adapters.
We've got
yeah.
USB-C to HDMI,
Yes.
USB-C
Yes.
to
USB
A.
A. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And
And
the
then
other side.
and then the other way
the
around.
the other way- yeah.
We've got an HDMI cable.
We do have chargers, charging cables.
Okay.
Yeah. We make aluminum design and braided cables and to make it,
Okay.
bring better design. And we have a strong supply chain management and to make sure every good industrial design can come up with a very good quality to every customer. Yeah. So this is
And that's one of the things with online shopping is you never know what
Yeah.
you're going to get, right? You see a thing, you're like, okay, well that looks good.
But it didn't work.
It's like, oh,
yeah.
it's a braided cable. In the
Yeah.
old days, you'd look at a braided cable and go, okay, well that's going to be an upper tier thing, and then it turns out,
Okay.
no, you buy it, the
Okay.
fabric's already fraying when you get it. This is not at all personal experience. I have not ever done exactly this. Opened a brand new cable and the fabric is already frayed.
Okay.
Oh, come on. But so you're making sure that kind of thing is not happening through your supply chain.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And we also bring something, a better design to match your smartphones, your laptops, your tablets. Yeah. Because we have we want to for people to have a better digital experience when
Sure.
they enjoy the content, because every day we use a lot of the digital content.
Yeah, especially
Yeah.
when you're dealing with something like HDMI where it's all
Yeah.
or nothing. All of a sudden the picture starts to get
Yeah.
pixely and
Yeah.
what's happening? Oh, I bought a garbage HDMI cable.
Right.
It looked like it was going to be good, but
Right.
the picture quality goes away.
Yeah, when I started the business, the brand, at that time, it happens a lot. It happens a lot on Amazon and on online marketplace. So that's why I started to bring Syntec to the customers.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So now here we've got something more active. These are mostly passive things, right?
Yeah.
Here we've got something more active. We've got a USB-C 4-in-1 hub.
Yeah.
So you've got USB-C. I've got I see four A's here.
Yes.
It comes with the
Yes.
C to A adapter.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. And you can connect to multiple peripherals to your laptops, to your tablets, to enhance your work productivity and also creativity.
So the thing that I noticed right away on this is that it's not like all square corners, very like
No,
it's not cheap induction molding, because rounded corners in induction molding is more complicated. So you've put design into it.
You know that's the thing. That's the thing. We combine good industrial design and we invest in our tooling to make sure it can match your laptop. It's not like some
I even
rectangular.
like the little multicolored like stripe on it. That looks good.
Thank you.
It's a really good design.
Thank you.
So now what have we got over here?
We got
'Cause you got all kinds of stuff. You came prepared with an
because
insane amount of products.
Because we're accessories, we do a lot of products.
Sure.
Yeah, so for accessories. So we have a new. This is for working line, and we have a for gaming line.
Okay.
So this is our accessories for Quest 2, the VR gaming console. Yeah, we have
A lot of our viewers have a Quest 2. We've got several.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in our group, we've got several.
We have because last day we have a samples, if you like. And I think your studio may probably need those adapters too.
Sure.
Yeah, we have this hat strap with cross upper strap, so it can make you feel very comfortable and stable when you play. And we add actual power bank, which is
Oh, wow.
yeah, detachable. You can put it out and take it off.
Turn me off real quick.
Okay, but it's off, right? This
I'm off. You're not.
okay. This is you need to take off your hat. Yeah, actually, yeah.
Okay.
And it's you have to turn.
It's set to tight. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it's
really
too
set
tight.
to There you go.
Here you go, and you can use a little bit. And yeah,
Oh yeah.
how do you feel?
It's really comfortable.
Yeah, we add a lot of paddings and straps to keep it very stable. And the battery in the back will counterbalance the weight. So yeah, I feel good. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. And this is the
So I really like the battery on the back. I like that it has balanced out the headset.
Yeah.
Because the headset is very forward,
weighted.
weighted.
Yeah.
So putting something on the back keeps it in place. But I really like that.
Right. And this is a special design to also keep you very stable and comfortable.
Nice.
Yeah. We have a link cable you can connect to your PC to get more games.
Okay.
And carrying case.
That is a very long cable.
Yeah, you need that. You need a lot of space to play.
I could have used that for one of my cameras this week.
Okay. This is the controller grip.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh.
You have a protector. We have grapes on that to make sure you don't throw it away.
Right. Because we remember when the Nintendo Wii came out, people were tossing them at the TVs.
Yeah,
because they
on
lost
the wall.
Yeah.
It happens. It happens all the time.
100% it does.
All the time, every time. Yeah.
Awesome. And then we've got a docking station.
Yeah, there's
over
a
here?
docking station here. This is a new series we did for the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck is a new gaming portable console, and we have done a round design docking station. Because
That's nice.
when designed that way, it's very stable, and if you look at the front, it's very small, and it stands out. Yeah.
And it doesn't block any part of the screen, which is important.
Yeah, we definitely consider that.
Yeah.
No block at all. Yeah. Also the vent, see, it's
Not covered.
Not covered.
Yeah, because you see a lot of bigger docks, and part of that vent is covered, and that's no good.
Yeah. We do a lot of industrial design with designers. I think every their detail of customer. Yeah, they are also they're also the customers too. They play the Steam Deck, so
true.
Yeah, we take all of that into consideration, and this is the protective case for the Steam Deck.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we have a orange stick grips, and yeah, that's it.
Well, it seems like you've got a really big lineup of varied products. People are going to want to find out more. How can they find out more?
They can. Oh, actually, okay. Actually, one more.
Oh, we've got more.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the.
Get this out of the way.
This is the case for Steam Deck. Yeah. So we.
Oh.
It has a safety. Okay. Yeah, safety scissors and have a design from the suitcase. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a little suitcase.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That was my
exactly.
first thought. Is it looked like a carry-on bag?
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
So we're mainly selling on Amazon, and
Okay.
we do have our own website, so you can either order it on Amazon or through thinktekhome.com.
All right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Awesome. So if you want to check these out, head over to Amazon and look for SYNTECH.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate you coming and talking about this. I'll give you all your stuff back in just a second, but thank you so much for coming on and talking about this today.
Thank you. Thank you, Dio.
Absolutely. All right. You know, we don't normally do accessory companies. We kind of have a policy on it because they usually tend to be accessories. But when this pitch came in, it was too wide, too varied, and too specific to be able to ignore. So, yep. So we definitely went with it anyway, even though normally we wouldn't have cables and stuff because the quality and the design are different. Like, usually USB hubs are, you know, it's a USB hub. Okay. It's probably white. It's probably got square corners. How many of those do we have around, right, Adam? We've got, you know, everybody's got a USB hub that's looks like a USB hub, but I don't know if you saw this. It, like, the design, it's all rounded, and it's actually a nice design.
I'll have to check it out.
And they're not, from what I can tell, they're not trying to kill you on price.
Cool.
Which is nice. I think we're coming out of that era of, like, I don't care accessories. You know, because we had a lot of computer accessories for a long time. We were just cheap, trying to get them into Walmart and moving on.
Yeah.
And I think we're coming out of that era, which I think is good. I'm going to take 2 seconds because I'm going to add another chair here next to me because we're going to have an extra guest. And I'll be back in just a second. All right. I have moved around here. My background is now the wall because we're going to have 2 people on because we've got another show and tell, which I'm very excited about. You guys all set? Yeah. All right. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you guys doing?
Great. Good show.
We got one more. There we go.
Check.
Excellent. All right. Go ahead and introduce yourselves for me.
Sure. I'm Josh Locke, Vice President of Sales for Essence USA.
And Stephen Bird. I'm Vice President of Sales for the security systems for Essence as well.
Excellent. So we've got a show and tell here, which is always my favorite thing at CES. You've brought me all kinds of stuff to look at. What are we looking at here?
Very innovative IoT solutions.
Okay.
That's what we do. We're an Israeli-based company, global manufacturer of IoT products for 2 main verticals, security and healthcare.
Okay.
So we call our healthcare side Smart Care, which is what I lead up for North America.
Nice.
We've got a lot of really great innovative senior care solutions, and it's really platform-based. So a little bit more about Essence. We're global, very large in the European market on the security side. We're in over 4 million households with our products.
Wow.
It's basically like the ADT of Europe.
Okay.
And we're purely B2B, so our brand really doesn't resonate to an end user. It's always rebranded.
Okay.
So like our partner in Europe is Verisure, and that's all our product that we manufacture for them.
Oh, I see.
And we provide the platforms as well. So we're a manufacturer and platform service provider.
Okay. So so you do a lot of white labeling.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And it's same goes for the healthcare side in the United States, where we're very large. Brands like Medical Guardian, Life Station, Life Phone, those are all our products.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah. So they can find our on our website, essence-grp.com. They can find a list of all the service providers that sell our products.
Got it.
Along with their service.
Got it.
Yeah.
So what have we got here? We got all kinds of.
Yeah. I'll take you through the
Seemingly we
smart
got jewelry
care side.
and everything here. So
yeah, wearables. I'll take you through the smart care side, and then I'll punt it over to him for the security side.
Perfect.
So everything really revolves around the hub. It's a control panel that's centrally located in the home, cellular enabled, plugged into the wall, has a battery backup. It communicates to a service provider, and it's very kind of needs focused. Like wearables, this is the most common, right? It's sold with a wearable that can be worn around the wrist or around the neck.
Okay.
It's a 5 to 7 year battery life, so it never has to be charged. You can wear it in the shower.
Nice.
Has fall detection as well as an option, and that communicates to this control panel via sub-gig RF frequency. So very long range, very low usage of the battery. And you can connect different peripherals. Like this is another wearable option. It's a jewelry option, and a little bit more aesthetically pleasing.
The first thing I noticed, thing you put down.
Right, exactly.
One of these things is not like the others, and it's that one.
Right. But there is still a stigma around wearing anything. So our the way that we develop products is through our service providers coming to us and saying, well,
this is what we need.
A lot of my subscribers just hang it on the doorknob or put it in a drawer, and it's they're not getting the value out of my service.
Sure.
So we need you to develop some non-wearable solutions. So that's really where we shine, is that we're not just a box and a button. We've got other passive ways of monitoring, predicting, and also ways of sensing falls without wearables. So
sure. I think some of that stigma probably comes from a particular commercial that we all remember.
Scare tactic.
And a particular visual that people don't want to be associated with.
That's exactly right.
Like Grandma falling down and can't get up.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, those commercials haven't aired in ages, and I can see her face in my head right now while we're talking.
That's exactly right.
It definitely affected a lot of people, and possibly not the right way.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of the companies now today are marketing in a different way, right?
Yeah.
They're marketing peace of mind, not really scare tactic type marketing.
There was a lot of scare tactic marketing at that time across all industries. So,
yeah. So life safety stuff.
Awesome.
Environmental safety like smoke and carbon monitoring. Water. Flood detection is very popular for bathrooms or basements.
Yeah.
And then we get into non-wearable solutions like voice activation. So this is a waterproof device. You can put it in the shower. You can pull the cord, and it's also voice activated. So we can program a phrase right onto this device. It can be call 911, call for help, something easy to remember when an emergency occurs.
Right.
And it'll trigger an alarm.
Okay.
And the added benefit is that this extends the two-way voice communication to that area. So it extends via RF, kind of think of a walkie-talkie type concept, from this base station to here. So it's utilizing the connectivity of this, but talking
so it can make a call, and then you can take the call
right on
through the device.
Yep.
Got it.
So in the shower, if you fall, you're not wearing a button, you can say call 911. The light will go off, an operator will come on, which is our service provider. They'll come on, they'll say, Sally, is everything okay? And then you just speak. Yeah. So great for basements, outbuildings, garages.
Sure.
Yeah.
What kind of range are we talking about on this?
Yeah, since it's sub-gig, these go 2,300 feet, line of sight.
Yeah.
We equate it
mountaintop to mountaintop.
Yeah, right. We equate it to a 10,000 square foot home. You'll be covered end to end.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
All wirelessly.
So not messing around. Like that's serious range.
Serious range. Yep. And even the pendants. I mean, they have the longest range in the industry. This is 1,300 feet.
Okay.
So I mean, these have more power. Obviously, they're
Of
bigger.
course, they're huge.
Bigger battery.
Yeah. They're not designed to be
but
worn on your wrist.
You're going to get 12
You'd be
to
sad
18
if you tried to wear that on your wrist.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to get 12 to 18 months battery on these.
Okay.
You can put multiple ones around the house.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's 3 ways to summon for help. Voice activation, press the button, or pull the cord.
Nice.
Yep. So it extends your voice anywhere.
All right.
And then, this is also really cool, we got into radar technology.
Okay.
So this is a passive infrared motion detector and radar, millimeter wave radar fall detector. So you put these up in the corner of the rooms. It covers about an 18 by 18 foot area, which is about an average size of a room. So think of like living, kitchen, bathroom, bedroom area.
Sure.
If you don't want to wear a pendant, but you're worried about falls, this is installed in the corner. Again, battery operated, just C-cell batteries. Goes right in there. You're going to get at least 12 months battery life on here.
Okay.
Because it doesn't turn on the radar until there's motion in the room. That's the point of the PIR, the passive infrared. Yeah,
Okay.
so you put these in there, and it'll be able to tell when there's motion in there. It can tell that you're standing, through 3D imaging. It can tell that you're standing. It can tell that you're seated on a chair, lying on a bed or a couch, and then it knows where the floor is. So it can tell that you are lying down on the floor, and it signifies that as a fall. Contacts this via RF.
And does the thing.
Got it. That's right. And then we get into activity monitoring as well through other sensors, IoT sensors in the home. Other PIRs that contribute data to the cloud passively. Door contacts, so you can know that your mom's home or away. Set rules around that. The most common rule is awake and well. So you can say, hey, I want to know that my mom's up at 7 a.m., watching the Today Show, making coffee. You can get that peace of mind all the time and when you need it and when you want it versus how it was, with that commercial.
Right.
Only in the event of an emergency.
Nice. So you can do essentially your own wellness check.
Yes.
Got it.
Yep. All through apps.
Okay. Now, this probably would have triggered fun yesterday when Todd took a nap in the office downstairs
that's right.
on the floor because it was the only
give
place.
You a text.
Todd's napping again.
Todd fell.
So what kind of availability on these products?
Yeah,
Are they all out there?
Yeah, like I said, you can go to our website, essence-grp.com. We have those 2 sectors, healthcare as well as security. We have our customers, our service providers listed there. You can go to their websites and find our products.
But all of this is all of the stuff you just showed is in the market now?
Yeah. Yep.
Awesome.
And even remote patient monitoring is huge, brought on by the pandemic. Last year we won an innovation award for it. It's using the same hub.
That's the answer to my question from earlier.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. Yeah.
That's where the logo came from.
Yep. Yeah. So it's utilizing the same hub, and you can do everything I just said, but you can also monitor chronic illness, chronic disease, all through this hub.
Nice.
And that's using Bluetooth peripherals.
Nice.
Medical grade Bluetooth peripherals, and then we are extending outside of the home too with this fancy dancy little thing, cellular based mobile emergency response system. two-way voice, fall detection, location.
Nice.
In the smallest form factor available.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So
that's really our healthcare side. That's,
all right.
And then I'll kick it off.
Let's take a look at the security
side. Yeah, this thing
side.
is really cool. You're gonna
Sure.
love it.
Yeah.
We're all going to geek out on this.
In the booth, the decision was made that needs to go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Totally.
So I've been looking forward to this.
Yeah, so this is a pretty exciting product. This is called MyShield, and it is meant to solve the problem of a break-in where the police might take 10 minutes or 60 minutes to get there. A criminal, so it's easy to show through a scenario. You own a jewelry shop, It's 2 a.m., somebody breaks in, your normal alarm goes off, maybe you get a video of the person with a mask on their head, and they break in, they steal $200,000 of jewelry, and then the police come 10 minutes later or so.
Right.
So the alternative scenario is someone breaks in at 2 a.m. and the alarm, the emotion sensor goes off, a video is taken, the video is monitored, you can identify that someone has broken into the building, it's a person, a perpetrator, not a cat or a dog, and a button gets pushed and smoke comes out of the bottom. So non-toxic fog comes out.
But they don't know that.
Yep, they don't know the toxicity, and it fills up a 3,500 cubic room in
like
about
the
30
episode
seconds.
of The Office, where Dwight steamed.
Probably, yeah.
Himself. Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
So basically, you can't steal what you can't see. It's non-toxic. It takes about 30 seconds to fill up the room. It's made for small businesses, AM, PMs, jewelry stops, gun shops, cannabis shops, that type of thing where there's high value content.
Okay. That's fascinating.
So
and it's
this
such
is
a small little device.
Yeah, it's all-in-one security and deterrence.
Yep. So this has a battery in it that lasts a year and a half. So if someone cuts off the power, it's still going to work. It's got an LTE chip in it.
Okay.
So if your Wi-Fi goes out, it still works.
Okay.
You basically attach it to the wall, and that's it. So this is a very popular product in Europe. We've sold over 1 million of these to Verisure already. So in the European area it is, and we're introducing it to the U.S.
All right. That's fantastic. What kind of obviously it's more on the commercial side. I'm probably not going to have it at my house,
Well, so it's really made for both. So, for example, if you have a home with your boat in the garage, your Lamborghini's in the garage, then you could use that for your garage as well. Additionally, some people have second homes, like hunting cabins.
Mm-hmm.
You could use it for that. It could be used in the RV market. It could be used for your boat as well. So it's got both commercial and residential usage.
Awesome. And I know you don't sell direct to consumer, but what kind of price point does this kind of live in?
Well, it's up to the dealer network.
Right.
I mean, we could see it in the $5s, which is very reasonable for this type of security system, an all-in-one security system.
Yeah, for sure. Really impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. You've got a great lineup of products here. Did you have more security things that you wanted to show me?
No, that's probably about it. The only thing I would say is that the mobile PERS product that's used in the aging in place community is also used for lone workers. So Amazon drivers, students, people who are remote can use this button as well, and we have special software on it and mobile applications. So if you own Amazon or you own Amazon, you can track.
If you're Jeffy B.
if you're Jeff B. Hey. You can have a mobile app, and you can basically see where all your employees are, and you can be sure that if they hit the button, you can get emergency services to them because you have the GPS location and two-way voice.
Got it.
So
really cool.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you guys coming up and showing off all this product. You've got a really cool lineup of stuff. I know you've given the website once before, but if people want more information.
Yeah, that's www.essence-grp.com.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
I came over and hijacked you just recently.
No, we appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. We say it a lot. You never know what it is we're going to have on the live show. We went from HDMI cables to security products. You never quite know what the coverage is going to look like. And, oh, I see. Perfect. And we're going to change gears real hard next, too, from some products that have security and safety in mind. And we're going to shift into some true fun products from a company that I'm a big fan of. I'm going to lose this extra chair. Since we're back to normal, I'm just going to slide like this and make things easy. Hopefully make things easy on Adam. He can, if you want to move the camera back at me again, in a moment, we'll be good. Oh, good. You came with power already? We're good. All right. This is a company that you may have seen ads for. If you're anything like me, I get ads on Facebook constantly, partially because I'm connected with some of the employees, I think, on LinkedIn. But I definitely get ads for these products all the time, so I'm super excited to see what's going on at CES this year. We've got our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
All right. I'm Brandon Brooks with Twinkly. We are a LED lighting company, and I am the integrations and support manager for here in the U.S.
Nice. Yeah. So you've brought us something, which is in a I always love show and tell. It's always better than not, especially for a product category like yours. So what have we got here, and what are we doing at CES?
Sure. So this was easy enough to grab off of our...
I legitimately told Mike, bring one of those with.
Yeah, for sure. So everything that we have is app-based, run on a network, similar to every other home product. This product right here is it's a new product for us. It's kind of an entry-level product for Twinkly. We're around the $50 price range.
Okay.
But the technology is the same. It's the LEDs, addressable LEDs is nothing new.
Right.
Of course, LEDs certainly aren't new as well.
Sure.
The technology that Twinkly has that it really separates us from our competitors is the ability to map it in minutes from your phone, right? So that's the secret sauce.
RGBIC is fine, and if we turn around, we'll see a lot of it.
Oh, yeah.
However, you won't see this, in my experience, anywhere but you guys.
And I have yet to see it as well. So I guess as long as we maintain the patent on it, we should, as long as that lives. But I could, because I'm directly connected to this Wi-Fi controller right now with my phone. So just a one-on-one connection, which, in this environment could be a little iffy as well, right? Because there's a lot of stuff going on around here.
But it's the only thing that could possibly work.
I mean, I could demonstrate the mapping real quick. I don't know if that'll do any good or not, but it's already.
So while you mess with that, so the mapping is the thing that really sets you guys apart. It's unbelievable.
For sure.
That I was watching a video over in your booth a little while ago of a Christmas tree that was basically playing video.
Yeah.
It's wicked.
So obviously it starts with, you can string the lights in any orientation, right? It doesn't matter. You could string it on a chair or whatever, map it, and the app generates an image of that object, by recognizing the orientation, spacing of the LEDs, however they're arranged on whatever object. Then you're left with basically a canvas with which you could do whatever you want with as far as uploading custom content to, now we're starting to integrate sound, response or, music interaction with it too, right? So you can play music and it'll interact with the lights as well.
Yeah.
And then the map obviously is just a canvas like any other, that becomes a screen for lack of a better term, right? So that's what we've been launching this year more than anything, or developing, is integration into the the entertainment world with DMX, ArtNet triggering, again, the sound reactivity. It will just be basically a microphone that responds to the music. We already have that for our retail line, and then we're starting to integrate that with our commercial line, which I didn't mention. So we kind of have two fields we play in, right? The retail space and then the commercial space.
There's the stuff you can buy at the store and wrap around your Christmas tree.
Correct.
And then there's the Pope's Christmas tree, which is a very different experience.
It is a different experience. So, and we are an Italian-based company, so we got to do that. We got to do the tree in St. Peter's Square at the Vatican, and they all got, my coworkers all got blessed by the Pope, which is pretty wild, right? I mean, we don't. They've been blessed by the hand of the Pope. So
yeah, that is wild.
So yeah, I'll map this real quick. But the technology, regardless of if it's our entry level product or our commercial product, which is IP65 rated, a little more robust. The pixels, the string, everything is a little more robust. But the technology is the same, right? It's still string it on the side of a building, map it. And then you have a giant billboard, which is what we're finding people using it for, whether it be running sponsorship logos or company logos, or still some of the same stock effects that we have in our gallery of effects.
Yeah.
For any of our Christmas products. But we're trying to break out of that mold,
that view, that perception.
Yes, right. Where it's just Christmas lights.
It's way more interesting than that.
Sure.
Because yes, I know you've got a holiday event in a couple of weeks.
Right.
And we were talking about putting pumpkins on a Christmas tree, which is funny. Right?
Yeah.
But there's so much more. The squares, the tiles that you've got over there.
Yep.
I mean, that's wicked.
It's super wicked. And which is what I love about the company. We're continually trying to, and I've been with the company for 3 years. Okay. So really just after it kind of launched into the U.S. market. And so I've seen it go from literally a Christmas tree that you could map and do cool stuff on, right, to what we have now with the squares and of course then large commercial installations as well, and everything in between, and then the integration, pieces of getting into that entertainment space, like we're saying.
Yeah,
it's great. Like we just want to stay stagnant as. Well, most companies don't, right? And it's always
especially when you're in a design and engineering, which obviously this is, because this type of product doesn't come about from a group of people who aren't designers, who have an idea that they need to bring into the world. And when you've got those people, they're constantly going, oh, but I could also...
It's so funny you say that, because the majority, people are like, well, how's the response? It's like, well, or what is it? They'll come into the booth. So what is your target, market? And we're like, it's up to you, your imagination. We have it from storefronts to people who've wrapped buses and parades and driven it down the street. Like literally whatever you can imagine this on, and to utilize that. Because you map a bus, once it's on, and it looks like a bus, and you can run stuff on it. So it's really whatever you could possibly imagine it to be, we can pretty much do. Right.
We had a set idea for a TEDx event years ago, before this was available to us, that this would have, it never happened. But this would have solved it. I'd have had it built in an hour. It would have been
right.
As it was, it would have been weeks of custom building.
Yeah.
And with this kind of thing,
it's time.
I could have done it.
Right. I mean, the time factor is huge, and that's what people are just flocking to.
Having to run and wire individual pixels into a pegged board, and what a pain. And then build the controller on the backside, which we were going to have to do. You got to have done all of that.
Yeah.
I would have absolutely had this set built.
So and that ease of use is really what we strive for too. I mean, there is a learning curve, right? Because with anything, you have to get your hands on, you have to play with it and get familiar with it. But once that happens, you were like, wow, this really is not. I mean, it's basic stuff that we're talking about from even from a network standpoint, because all of our equipment does require some kind of network, be it Wi-Fi or hard. Just needs a network to talk to each other with, and for the app and all that, right? But It's basic. It is not. You don't need a degree in. You don't need an IT degree to
you
run
don't need
this
to be
up,
a software engineer.
Exactly, right.
And a hardware engineer.
Right.
You have those.
Yes, we do, and I am not one of them. So
you've abstracted all of that hard part away from me to be able to build my set the way I want.
Exactly. I do want to show you this mapping real quick, but I want to do it from the an angle that I guess you can see. It would be this side would probably be the best. Can I get up and just kind of scoot around here?
Whatever you need to do.
Without causing too much of an issue here.
We got a product camera right here.
Okay. So this is the mapping function. I'm going to hit map. We're going to do an easy map just for demonstration's sake, okay? So there you can see it kind of kicks over to that mode, which says, hey, we're ready to map. We hit start. It's mapping. It's mapping. This is the Wi-Fi part that. But all right. Okay. So now it's compiling that information, and there it kind of gives you that orientation. You say, okay, we like it. You can see
Are you kidding me?
And there you go. So let's do a quick little. We'll select there you go. Up and down. I mean, it's.
Oh my God.
There you go.
I didn't know it was that easy, and that annoys me a little bit. That it's that easy. Considering how much work we considered doing for this studio, this is amazing. I'm not annoyed in a bad way. I'm annoyed in a good way.
Well, that's good.
This is unbelievable, and now I want to build this into another set idea that I'm working on.
Yeah. Now, obviously, with
you're throwing ideas around in my head. It's unsafe.
With the size, and then you can just kind of scroll through the effects that we have. These are kind of just preloaded effects that you can use. But again, you can also create your own. And it says, "What can you imagine?" And obviously, this is a very small piece. If it was on the side of a building, we'd have to take more maps of it. And but still, it's minutes. Not hours, not days or weeks. Literally minutes.
Unbelievable.
But it still blows my mind. If 3 years later, and I'm like, this is crazy. I can't believe this is. It still blows my mind. So
for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you brought this over. I'm glad you showed me that because I did not know it was that easy. Legitimately didn't know it was that easy.
Yeah. Sure is.
And I like your team. I got to spend a lot of time over there earlier. I've known Mike for years, and it's nice to see that he's in an environment that suits his personality for sure.
Yes.
You guys are all so nice and so happy even on day 4. We're all ready to turn the power off, and you guys are showing lights off. So
yeah, Mike's a great guy. We're happy to have him, and our team is great. So we're an Italian-based company. I think I mentioned that, but so some of our Italian counterparts are here, and it's just a great company to be a part of.
That's
awesome. I mean, I have to say that too because we do battle that, that there's a 6-hour time difference from us. Now it's 9. It's 9 hours here in Las Vegas, but back home in Pennsylvania where we still battle that 6-hour time difference. And it's really hard to have a cohesive team, not just this distance, right? But, you start battling the hour, the time, you wake up in the morning and it's like, oh my gosh. But
so Todd, the head of the network, used to live in Hawaii.
Okay, yeah.
And most of the rest of the company was based on the East Coast. 6-hour time difference.
Yeah, I mean,
so
it makes it difficult.
We were literally talking about it about an hour or so ago, where his day started at like 3:30.
Yeah. But you figure out ways. Obviously Zoom and all these ways that we can still communicate. But it's really great. All that to say, it's really great to have the team together at a event like this and to spend time and enjoy each other's company. And it's always good to see them and. We are a true team. It's not like, hey, we're two separate entities. Like we are a team, and it's great to be a part of that team.
Yeah, for sure. That's awesome. People are absolutely going to want more information about this because even I didn't know all of the information on this. So how can they get it?
Twinkly.com, Twinkly. I don't know if there's another way to spell Twinkly, but that is it, and it's Twinkly.com. You can go on there and find really for any solution. There is a special tab for it says for business, so that would be our commercial product line. And then, there's videos and just all kinds of information that you can find on our website, and it's all there. So
fantastic.
Have at it. Love to, twinkly.com.
Fantastic. Well, I appreciate you coming over last minute when I came over and said, hey, can somebody come? I've got a big gap in my schedule. Can you help?
Yeah, I'll just start grabbing stuff. Let's go.
Well, I definitely appreciate it, especially
thank you.
on the last day where things are usually a little weird. So.
Yeah, well, thank you. It was our pleasure.
I appreciate it.
All right, you bet. Thanks.
Have a good rest of your day.
All right, you too.
All right, and so I cannot wait to have further conversations on this because legitimately I've got studio ideas that this would make everything easier on. So I don't know, but I suspect that the noon guest didn't show, which I think is going to bring us to just us at this point. So anyway, it's been a great show. We've had a lot of really interesting guests. I have been a big fan of that company since they first launched North America side. The product is so easy to use. I knew it was easy to use. I didn't know it was that easy. I don't know if you saw that demo, Todd.
I did. It's a cool product.
Yeah.
It just looks cool. How much does that retail for?
I don't know what the retail on that particular one is, but they've got a whole big line from really simple. They've worked on like pre-lit Christmas trees that can do that. And then they did the Pope's Christmas tree at the Vatican. So, and then obviously outside of Christmas, he was saying they've done buses and all kinds of things. And the thing that's interesting is you can play video across it.
Huh?
So basically you're just building a canvas, and it doesn't matter what that canvas is. It doesn't matter what you put to that canvas. So I've got a friend who does design for like nightclubs, and he said the absolute best thing you can do if you're doing, and this is what inspired the TEDx stage that we wanted to do. What you do is you build a grid of addressable pixels. You put a frosted diffuser across the front of it, and then you play Disney animated movies on it. Nobody knows that that's what it is, but the motion is weirdly natural and flowy. And all you get is the color flow. Nobody knows that you're playing Bambi. All they see is the color flow and everything. Disney animated movies are a fabulous way to get great color flow across a thing, but your pixels can be this far apart.
Right.
You're not going to know what the hell's playing. You're just getting that cool color flow.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
But
what's the name of the company?
Twinkly.
Oh yeah, their stuff is expensive.
Yeah, it is not cheap. So they've got two divisions of the company. There's the commercial and the consumer.
Right.
The consumer is way less than the commercial is.
A lot of people are trying to compete with them right now. I saw a couple of companies that had product here. I'm like, oh, Twinkly has competition.
Yeah. I've seen some stuff that wants to be in that space.
That wants to be, yeah.
But I haven't seen anything that is yet.
Yeah.
That
had
ability to build the map with just like a video and it does colors and it's like, okay, we know where the lights are. Good to go.
I wanted something for one of their Christmas tree sets. Whew.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was outside the budget.
Yeah.
So it's cool, but not that cool. I think it was like $400 or something.
But they're only a couple years in the U.S.
Yeah.
What they're doing is incredibly specialized.
Yeah.
As it becomes more popular, it'll become less expensive. That's we know.
Sure.
We know that's how this works. A lot of this early, really cool stuff starts out super expensive and then shrinks down over time. Because think about Nanoleaf. Bless you.
Thanks.
Think about Nanoleaf.
Yep.
When they first launched, their stuff was, comically expensive. And
right.
today, I think they've got it at Best Buy.
True.
You know what I mean? So.
Does the stuff that Nanoleaf have, is it the stuff they have on the wall, is that product that they sell?
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if that was the case.
Yeah. Everything in there is their product. They don't have anything in there that's not.
Got you.
So, the the hex tiles, the triangles, the lines that all work together. They build a map just like that, but not that easy. You've got to actually build the map.
I got you.
But it knows based on they're snapped together, it's able to build the map off of it. But
Yeah, at some point I'm going to do some additional lighting in my studio, and that might be. But some of this LED lighting is ridiculously cheap at this point.
I know.
So it is pretty cool.
Yeah, we talk about the monster luminescence stuff and what Jennifer's done over there and made it so unbelievably inexpensive.
Yeah.
For the cool stuff that they're pulling off.
Well, I sent a SOS to Marlo.
I don't know where he is.
They went to eat. They went to the press room to get food, and I thought they were coming back. And
yeah, we should probably grab badges and send Linda to get.
She did.
She already did?
She went and grabbed food.
She's so good.
Yep. So I'm going to call Marlo.
We need to. Linda Ness is our rep here. She's our CTA liaison, and we could not do what we do without that woman. She is an absolute lifesaver. And Michelle said, I think yesterday, and it's caught on, savior, bulldog, and friend, and not necessarily in that order at any given moment. So. National Linda Day.
Oh, that's right. All right. Well, Well, he'll be hopefully be back directly. Do we want to go on break until we're ready to do the wrap?
We can take a quick break. We're gonna shift some stuff around up here so all three of us can comfortably sit.
Yep.
And once Marlo's here, we will wrap up and talk about our favorites.
There we go.
All right, we'll be right back. Hello again, Internet.
Yeah, welcome to the end of CES 2023.
It's been a long show. It's been an exciting show. We've had some really great products on. We got to do National Technology Day.
Very well attended online, by the way.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Say technical issues, but we made it work.
We made it work.
That's why we always have backups.
Yep.
Our organization's motto is backups for backups.
And sometimes held together with
hopes and prayers,
tape, and and duct tape, and spot ties.
Yeah, we definitely rolled down to Plan Q on Friday, but we made it work, and that's all that matters.
All that matters. We're still here.
It looked good. Everything was solid. So
none of us look any. Well, maybe Todd.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got some bags under his eyes.
Yeah, it's maybe a little too much partying on Fremont Street, maybe.
Oh, maybe so. Yeah, but we won't talk about that.
But our view this year over their shoulders has been really incredible.
Yeah.
So a lot of the comments I've been getting is, "Oh, it's a great view, great image. You can see the people on the floor, and at least there's not a wall there of some, because you never know when you walk in here. When we walked in." What was it? What day was it? Monday, Tuesday?
Tuesday.
And, the first thing we're looking at is, I wonder if there's going to be an exhibitor in front of us. And we get here and like, yay, because, it's not.
And I have been asking for this side because, last year, that was all nothing. That was like a catacomb
but
nonsense.
we were down another 40 feet last year, too.
Yeah. But this whole side was like a catacomb.
Right.
Is all we saw. We didn't see people. We just saw white walls.
Yep.
And we've wanted to have this view for the last couple of years because it's bigger.
Mm-hmm.
It's less wall and more show floor.
Yep.
So I'm so glad they let us swap over to this side this year. But
well, considering that I think this group does, besides maybe the CTA, the most live. Because when we were walking around and I walked by all the broadcast booths, I don't think people were streaming. Maybe there was a few other organizations, but I don't think anybody does as much as we do.
So in 2020, there was the German organization that was on the stage over there that was literally going 24/7, which is a very different thing. But they only did it for 2 days.
Yeah.
But they did 24 hours. They constantly had somebody at that stage, and that was wild. Because we came in to pick something up after an event, and we walked in 1 or 2 in the morning. I'll be damned if their lights weren't still on and people weren't there.
That's amazing.
It was wild. They weren't doing interviews, but they were doing content.
The gentleman that was part of that was just downstairs there. They're actually from France.
Oh, was it France?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was Germany.
And they would do it. They would do it 24 hours continuous.
Yeah.
And he said they just, I've done 24-hour shows before.
I know. I've helped you out with them.
And I was the sole talent and head guest, and you try talking for 24 hours. I did it for 3 years, and I about died on the third year.
I remember one year we took over for an hour for you.
So I could get a shower and
eat something.
Yeah, because it's just like you grind for that long. You're just like, oh, my God, I'm a wreck,
Right, yeah.
But I'm not doing those anymore. If I do it, I'll do 4 hours and have 6 people.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's actually, I had thought about doing a charity stream again with the network and have us all take a block. But
I think, it's just imagine. I think you came in here with, 2 suitcases?
Yeah.
2.5, maybe 3?
Two roller bags, like carry-ons.
Yep.
1 suitcase and a Pelican case.
We used to ship 24 boxes here.
I know.
To do this. And the cameras have went from this big to that big.
Yeah.
And
all 6 of the cameras fit in a line in a little Pelican case that I carry.
That's amazing.
And the
cables.
And
they all go in the box.
The event of Amazon and being able to get cheaper tripods and lights and the LED lights where we used to have, I shipped in light panels, 1x1 light panels before.
Yep.
And those were like $1,400 each. These are probably $50 lights.
Yeah.
So the ability to do this cost-wise, from equipment-wise, has come down. Roadcaster, you guys are using live stream for your streaming platform.
Yeah. The cost of the entire studio is so much less than than a single component when we were in North Hall.
That's probably true,
Yep.
you know, because I remember one time they said, how much insurance do you need on this? I said, so $75,000 to insure the contents of the studio.
Wow.
You know, and you think, and that's why we had $5,000 in security, and that's why we had this whole protocol and securing stuff. Because one piece come up missing, and
You know, that's probably the most interesting thing about tech, right? Is that it seems like the longer tech is around, like television.
yeah, pull your microphone up a little bit. Yeah, there we go.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better.
Is it better?
Yeah.
How about now?
There you go.
But like television, right?
He's new to this.
I am, yeah. When you bought a television back in the 50s, I was just looking at this. It was $3,800 to get a color television that was a 19-inch screen that took up half your living room.
And you probably kept it for 10 or 15
Yes,
years.
because well, it probably took you that long to pay it off,
Right.
Because you borrowed money to do this. I mean, $3,800. There were homes that cost a lot less than that at the time.
You know, I laugh.
And now we were talking with a booth down here about the rental fee on a TV, and I'm like, in the future, buy one and give it to the hotel staff.
Right,
it's less expensive.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a really good television for $200.
$200,
nowadays.
yep.
So I mean, in 1950 standards,
right?
What would that be?
I don't.
$30, $20.
Yeah,
But
it's
for
unbelievable
television compared to $3,800. I mean, it's crazy.
And it's very interesting now because when we first did interviews in booths in 2006, maybe you're off by a year, and when Andy and I were walking around, we had a Sony Hi8 prosumer or pro camera, and we would walk into a booth and people would not talk to us because our camera wasn't big enough.
Right.
Yes.
And I didn't have 5 people, and I have a sound guy with a stick and someone with this big monster thing. And so then we'd have to explain, and, then we get the interview, and off we'd go, and we were very mobile. Then over time, all these big guys that have these, $50,000 cameras on their shoulders, they have an investment where they have to use that camera.
Yep.
They can't downsize.
Yep.
And then now you see the pro guys, they're downsizing. They're about down to the size of the camera I was carrying in 2006. And what am I walking around here with now? The GoPro.
Right.
And recording interviews with GoPro and wireless connection and not lugging 25 pounds of gear and dying.
I actually think that our setup
2006
with
I have
2006.
I pulled the history up. 2006.
there aren't many that, we're rolling around on a tripod yet out here. We're not huge, but I haven't seen anybody that has more than us.
Yeah,
and we're pretty small.
Yeah, so that's you guys are. I've not seen anybody bigger than you. I haven't seen 3 people, one guy in the audio pack and everything.
Right.
So things have changed, and thank goodness for it too.
Yep.
Because I'd have to volunteer help to just carry the tripod and the camera.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
And the batteries. I used to go to Costco and buy like $50 worth of AA batteries just to make it through. I've not used a single AA since I've been here.
Amazing.
The only regular batteries we're using are for the keyboard and mouse.
So everything I've got now is rechargeable. So it's got so it's just things have changed considerably.
Yeah,
but
they really
and
have.
the same thing with this. With the show and in the gear we're seeing sometimes we're seeing 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th generation of products that now you're kind of, that's kind of boring, but they've added some feature.
Yep.
I was worried in the beginning of the show. I was not seeing a lot of innovation. I was seeing evolution of product, but there's some stuff here that got my attention. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm more now function over. I want something I know I'm going to be. If I spend the $49 or $100 or whatever it is, I don't want it to go on a shelf and sit there for a year.
Right.
Because I have a lot of stuff that I bought over the years that it's got a layer of dust.
For sure.
Because we're all geek nerds, right? We want to buy that stuff.
I know. We see these things on the floor. And how many times have I said, "Oh, I'm annoyed that I don't already have one of these."
Yeah.
Right. But then you think, well, am I really?
So,
because would I use it?
Besides what product you're going to pick as your product pick, what one thing do you want to buy that you saw at the show?
I'd go back over there and distract Mike long enough to take the twinkly lights down.
Okay, that's a good one.
In particular, the squares on the wall, which is a new product, which is really
I already
interesting.
have a bunch of twinklies. I love it, by the way. There's nothing like lighting up your Christmas tree with the twinkly lights. I mean, it's amazing what you can do with them.
We were talking earlier. They've got a holiday event next, show, and they're doing a Christmas tree, but they're going to map it and run like Halloween things on the Christmas tree. So like pumpkins and skulls and things like that.
The holidays
which they think is pretty funny because it's not just a Christmas event; it's a holiday trade show. So they're going to combine it all into one display.
Yeah, that's cool.
So what's your one thing you want to take home?
You know, and it's only because of the practicality of it. Probably one of the lawnmowers, the autonomous lawnmowers, and it's only because they're sub $1,000. So the Badger will be my pick for that.
Again, you want me to go over there and distract them long enough, or we?
I think we've already worked that out.
Okay.
But thank you for the offer. Yeah.
For me, I've always been intrigued by the translation stuff.
Oh yeah.
So, matter of fact, Don's pick is the product I want to take home. It's a translation device, and we'll get into that company in a minute. But it's, do I need it? No. Do I want it? Yes.
Yeah.
Because, Google Translate's great, but, tap, translate, tap, translate, it's just not seamless when you need to do that. And there are 76 languages now, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But a lot of this stuff still requires an internet connection too,
Right.
so that's part of it as well.
So is that your product pick of the show, or is that what you're
Now
taking home?
that's one thing I'd like to take home, but it's $348, so I'm going to have to think about it.
Yeah.
It is Don's pick though.
Oh, okay. So fair enough.
Did you guys find a price point this year?
No,
I didn't either.
No, it seems to
it's
be
everywhere.
Yeah, that usually we find a price point.
Yeah, because there's an outdoor light over here that's $1,800. So I mean it's
everywhere this year.
Usually it's $49, $249, $199.
We usually there's a number.
And
we hear a number and we hear it and we hear it and we hear it and we hear it, and that's not been the case.
I didn't find a price point.
Even in the app space, I've interviewed a lot of apps, and usually you'll find that they're $4.99 a month or $9. It's everywhere.
Yeah,
everywhere. So I don't know if that's just not part of the strategy anymore, that you're just going to sell for what you think it's worth, and that's just how it is.
Right.
So, yeah.
I think the biggest thing I saw at the show was definitely the Caterpillar dump truck.
I didn't see it yet, but
the thing,
I hear it's huge.
It's massive, and you're just like, how did they get that thing into Vegas?
Yeah.
It belongs in some quarry somewhere.
Yeah.
What an interesting comment. You think, how'd they get in the building? But how'd they get it to the city at all?
Yeah. So it's definitely a wide load, and probably I'm sure coming in the middle of the night sometime.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I guess we should probably go over the product reviews. We talked about Don's a little bit. Do you want to start with that?
I'll let you do it. You've got more background on it.
It's Vaspa. Is that the company's name?
Vasco.
Vasco. Yeah. So Vasco, it's a translation device. Very small, $348. About the same length as a cell phone, but maybe half as wide. Comes with a lifetime internet connection worldwide.
Wow.
I asked how he possibly could do that, because most of those plans are $5, $6, $7 a month to kind of get those. He says they just bought in bulk and were able to do it. So $348 on that. You can speak into it. Shows the translated text, 76 languages. There's another company that does translation stuff here. Not as many languages. It's not as, I think just having the device is key. There's other things. There's other translation stuff where you stick something in your ear and then it translates, and you have to show there's none of these devices are at a point where it's true two-way yet.
Yep.
But we're getting there.
Close.
Yeah.
Getting close. So that was Don's pick. Don being the gadget professor.
Yeah. You want me to do mine?
Sure.
All right. So ours was a company called VoltSafe, and you and I have talked a couple times that the thing that I've found most interesting about the show this year has been standards. We've got SkyX over here, and the new Qi 2 standard, and key, and all that
That's
stuff.
true. A lot of standards here this year.
But for me, VoltSafe was the standard. It is an upgrade to the regular electrical outlets that go on your wall, and it's magnetic. It's 3 concentric circles in 3 segments. It's completely safe. You could lick it and you won't get any electricity, so you don't have to worry about kids putting a key or a fork into an electrical outlet. You don't have to deal with a polarized plug for alternating current, which was a stupid idea. You just put it on, however you put it on, and it works. First thing I did was I took the outlet and I put it upside down and I held it, and it held. It did finally fall because it's not intended to hold weight, but it did, and a pretty significant amount. And you can spin the outlet all the way around. It doesn't matter which way. So imagine a surge protector, because one plug plugs in like this, and one plug plugs in like this, and one goes in like this.
Right.
Just put it in, spin it whatever direction you need. It's not just a 90 degree, it's a full all the way.
That's cool.
But each outlet has sensing in it. So it can tell what device is plugged in, what type of device. Is it a TV? Is it a washing machine? Whatever. And it can then track by outlet and by product category how much electricity you're using in your house. And it'll take all of the outlets and give you a graph and say TVs are using this, and your appliances are using this, and this particular appliance is using this much.
It's
this
watt pad on every single plug.
Wow. Yeah, but it's also not just that, but it's also kilowatt, because it's also got protections and the ability to turn off. It is super cool. They're going to roll it out in phases. Right now there's a retrofit. You just literally snap it on. You take your decorative plate off, you snap it on, put 2 screws in, and you're done. And then there's little adapters that go on the end of your things.
What's the price on that?
I don't think he gave me a price yet, because they're not quite there. They're going to announce a price probably next quarter, I think.
So that's,
But it's super cool.
If you think about all the transformers plugged in, I can think right now at my house there's probably 10.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them need to be on, but some of them don't. So, are we smart enough now to shut those ports off and turn those wall warts off?
Exactly. And, with time, I imagine they'd be able to get to the point where it's like Qi, where, it knows that something's happening, it's giving just enough to receive a power on, and then it turns on, it gives full power.
Right.
But, I mean, it's a cool standard. It's got lots of capabilities. And, he told me, right now it's all retrofit.
Yep.
I said, I think the next phase should be give me a computer power cable, a figure 8 power cable, and a Mickey Mouse power cable, all with your plug on the end. And he said, absolutely, that's the next step. And then a surge protector. Give me a surge protector with all your plugs, and we're going to be in business.
Awesome. What's the company's name again?
VoltSafe.
VoltSafe.
Yep.
All right.
And they have teamed up with some building organizations to be prepared for past retrofit, for building it into the walls in the future. So they got to get adoption.
Yep. So this year I'm going to go with Pivo. And here's the interesting thing.
There?
Yeah, they're back there. This product's actually been out a little bit, but they got a new product for iPads this year. But what I saw at this show was a lot of stuff I see at NAB.
Mm-hmm.
I saw lights. I saw microphones. I saw stands. And I'm thinking, why? Well, TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a whole
consumer content creators,
whole line of product here for consumer content creators, the folks that do TikTok. Stuff we will see at NAB. They're going to be at NAB, but they're here. And it's just like when I walked in the Sony booth, I saw, what's this? And it says, we're going to show consumers can start here and move around to become pro. Well, the folks,
that's a good flow.
The folks over there at Pivo, it's simple. I mean, this is not rocket science, but what they've done is they have just a little device. It mounts on it could be just a stand, something that you put a camera on, tripod or whatever, and then you put your phone on top of it. And there's a companion app that when you turn the the camera on, it tracks your face. And you can walk around, it will follow you around. I backed out like 25 feet and walked, and that camera stayed right with me the whole time. And you can do some hand gestures like zoom in on me. They've even got commands to be able to get it to start recording and that type of stuff, so you don't have to run the record the entire time.
Nice.
But there were some functions that he says that are like additional stuff that blew me away. It's got a 360 thing. So, okay, taking 360 pictures, that's not rocket science. You just do a 360. But they have software that comes along with it free that you can do this in each room. So if a realtor wants to take 360 pictures in each room, and it stitches it together so that you can actually virtually walk through the room with multiple tie-ins of these images that the Pivo created.
The camera that they usually use for that, for realtors, is stupid expensive.
He's using iPhone. Show me how to use it with an iPhone. So they have an iPhone and Android app. I think they have a kit, about $140 or something like that. But for me, I'm thinking about function this year. I was solo going on the floor. So if I'd have had that, I could have set this outside of the booth, walked in. I still could have put the GoPro on top because they have an adapter. And I could have just walked through a booth and talked with the guy. And if we moved, the camera would have moved like a cameraman. And so now that's probably what I'll use for when I go and do booth interviews. And I'm not... you're worried about staying in a shot, right? Well, if you back up 4 or 5 feet and you have somebody beside you and the camera's tracking on you, you're going to be okay.
That's nice.
So I think, it's a function buy for me. And they do have a new product for iPads. So the product that I showed on the demo was using just an iPhone. But they do Androids too. But the new product will hold an iPad to do it too. So that was my pick.
Very cool.
Marlo, what did you find?
Well, I've spent a lot of time in artificial intelligence this year, but it's not my pick. So, but I have about a half a dozen that would probably be a runner-up, and I do believe that 2023 is the year of disruption as far as our artificial intelligence goes. It's just stunning what's coming out right now. I mean, everything. It's like even your toaster has artificial intelligence now. It's just crazy. Everything is building it in. But Psionic is my pick, and it's the robotic arm or the hand from yesterday. I did an interview with them yesterday. I had the honor of, in fact, last year, when we were on the stage for National Technology Day, they did that demonstration with the Dan, who has a partial limb, and then he has a psionic hand, right? And, of course, he broke the wood with this thing. It's like the $6 million man type of scenario, right? And what's amazing about this is that he thinks and it does. That's what just is so incredible to me, is that he can actually think to move that hand, to pick up a microphone, to pick up a piece of paper. And he's so used to using it. Last year, I could tell he was not quite used to it yet. And I was watching him this year as he's just like everybody else. To me, that's just incredible. And the advancement that they've made is that now they map like a hand. So, and they have this other hand on the other side of this. Did you see this? It's incredible.
Yes.
So they could send this hand to the moon or to Mars or whatever, right?
Wow.
Put it on something, and then from here, you put your hand in front of the screen, it maps your screen, and when you go like this, that hand on the other side closes.
Yeah, I saw that.
You can count, you could do whatever. We were just playing with it with a thumbs up and a peace sign or whatever. But the implications of this are pretty significant.
Yeah.
Both NASA and Amazon have they're buying into this technology. They've put orders in with them for reasons of warehousing. They're putting them on robots to help with warehousing.
Sure.
And NASA's going to use them on remote missions. It's pretty amazing.
It is amazing.
And on top of it, he now has...
but wait.
there's even more. So the next ones, and this might sound a little, but the next one goes into the bone.
Oh.
And attaches to nerves. And it sounds like they already have it ready to go, but they're doing some type of fundraising drive or something on their website now to help with the financing of that.
I'm sure there's FDA stuff that goes along with that.
I'm sure there's all kinds of amazing stuff. Not that he's not there already, but it's just that it's not going to be an over-the-arm, because right now the device it slips on over the limb, I should say, right? And then you wear it this way. This one now will actually be permanently attached.
Well, I'm sure they'll have some sort of joining mechanism.
Yeah.
So they can take it off and repair it.
Oh, probably, yes.
Yeah.
But it's just stunning to me. And I love any tech that makes everybody equal. I mean, I interviewed, well, they were on yesterday too, and we talked to them this morning, the eyeglasses, or the sunglasses, I should say, for the blind. They have those, and it just vibrates on the temples. And so if you're about ready to hit something, it'll tell you, and then you move your head one way or the other. It's just stunning technology. All this stuff has AI built into it. And
that was that company from Switzerland.
Yes, that's correct. So anyway, Psionic is my pick because I think the ramifications of what that company is doing is going to be profound. So, yeah.
Kirk, my executive producer, has been wandering around too. I don't know what he picked. What did he pick, Scott?
I do. He picked Wowie.
Wowie.
Yeah. So you might know Wowie from the Roboraptors.
Okay.
And the Robo Sapiens of the past. But we are now many generations past that, and they have a product called the Dogee, D-O-G-E-E, because they're Wowie. And it is a little robotic dog. Think the Sony one, right? That was like $800,000. Obviously hyperbole, but it was ridiculously expensive. And this gets us back to the conversation we had a little while ago about Twinkly. This thing does everything that did, plus a whole lot more. And when Don was asked to guess the price, Don said $79.99. Well, he said $79.95, and the guy went, "Yep."
Whoa.
Wow.
It's really cool, and so I think it was you last year, the Kono show, the spinning fan blade.
Oh yes, yeah.
Holographic thing. It's got one on its tail.
By the way, didn't see them here this year.
That's funny. No.
You know what I did see?
That's interesting.
I did see the Kono show in use in a lot of places around Vegas, though.
I have seen that.
They're really popular in town.
And there's a couple of booths that are using them, but I did not see the booth. So that's interesting. Yeah.
One thing I didn't see here this year was a lot of drone stuff. So I was over in the drone area. There was a few.
But not like 4 or 5 years ago, where it was everywhere.
Yeah.
3D printing is the other one.
Yeah, 3D printing was not that much either.
I don't understand why, because it is revolutionizing the world as we see it. But
there was enterprise level 3D printing booths here.
Okay.
Maybe it's just because there's so many 3D printers now.
Maybe. And they're just commonplace.
That's the one thing I don't own. Probably if I bought one, it'd be another dust collector. So
I use mine a lot.
That's where mine is right now.
Surprised at that. I was looking at the Form Labs one over here. It's about $3,600, I think, for the one, a resin printer, but it has production capability. It actually, you can send 50 pieces to it, and it has a little hopper that it just drops it into.
Right.
It's really clever. It's really clever.
There was a laser engraver in the Shenzhen section that's doing a Kickstarter, and I was like, "Oh, that's pretty cool," because it's you can send stuff out and have it laser engraved, But I was like, I'd like to have one of those for my own, but he told me the price was gonna be like $2,000. I'm like,
just call me.
Yeah. Oh, just call you. You've got the laser.
Yeah. We have a Glowforge. We use it. We use it in production.
So.
We've got one too.
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah. It's not the Glowforge. It's it's a big industrial
Oh, yeah.
We've got a big one.
Okay.
And in fact, that brings us to the trophies for the awards. They will be sent out to the organizations because they are being custom cut.
Custom made them. That's
yes,
cool.
They're all
Yeah.
custom cut, and they're going to have the show's name and the presented to and by
That's very
all
nice.
on it in a light up base.
Yep.
So they're going to be really cool. So they'll be going out soon.
I've seen some lasers that engrave. It's like it's almost into. It's like in the middle of the. How does that work? Do you guys
in acrylic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking about like depth.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's about the intensity. So you actually set the intensity of the laser to determine depth, and with ours, you do it based on color.
So that's interesting. So it doesn't scar the outside;
That's
it gets
correct.
inside.
That's correct. You just set, on the Glowforge, you can actually set the distance that it'll do
Oh.
that, and it'll just go in. It just gets to whatever that point of heat is or whatever at that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I've always wondered how that
Yeah.
that
Super
works.
cool.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I guess that's our picks. We got
Yes,
them
it
all.
is.
We do.
And here's what we're going to do. We're going to get out of here in a few minutes.
Yeah, we do not take a long break from the time we go off until the time the cameras start coming down.
Yep. And it's been fun.
It
And
has.
thank you for your team for all the work
Yeah.
and getting everything set up.
Absolutely.
And, of course, all the folks in the background, we should go through and name them and thank them. Why don't you go ahead and thank your team? And
Absolutely. So we've had Adam Barker on the board over here, controlling audio and video today, and several times throughout the week. Michelle's been over there too. She's been acting as executive producer, dealing with all of the things
That an executive director does.
Yeah,
a
and
producer does, yeah.
then my mom Nancy, she's been working up here, dealing with every time somebody sits in the chair that Todd is sitting in. She has put the headset on and
Yep.
off and given the spiel.
Yep.
He's going to look at you and say, all the things that we do. So thank goodness for her. You've seen Alante on air. He has mostly been off air. This year, he's not been feeling great, so he's been off air most of the time. Danielle I don't think she was ever actually on air.
I didn't see.
But she's been doing floor stuff like crazy, and Christopher has been her backstop most of the week. And then Terry and Steve Willingham from Amrock Fab Lab have been here with us too the last couple of days. And again, we've talked about it a couple times throughout the week. It's a huge team. You see the three of us a lot, but it's
unfortunately for everybody watching.
well. I
but,
mean,
yeah.
We can't control that, but it was a team of 15 this year to
Yep.
put this together. So,
Yep.
and then of
Yeah,
course
hats
we got
off to your
Kirk.
team.
Thank you.
And so Kirk was doing TD out on the floor, doing pictures.
Cat herding.
Kirk has his own show. He does a co-host with you at GNC Weekly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then of course I've been here solo, but of course I appreciate all the support Kirk has made. Marlo, of course you've got your own little mini team too.
Scott McTavish. I always mess up his name.
It happens.
So, yeah, McTavish. No, that's not right either. He's Canadian. Why would I know Canadian, right? Scott Mack. We call him Matty T. So, anyway, he's great. He's been with me for a long time out here. And, of course, Alice has been helping out a lot. A lot of interviews this year. Probably the most we've ever done on the floor. So, we've
really?
been very, very busy this year. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's been great.
I think I typically used to rack up like 50 on the floor. This year probably 15. Not a lot on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
But prefer to be in the booth.
Yeah.
Or be in the studio and do things here.
And we did. I think the number is like 85 out of the studio.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Especially
Full
for
show.
especially for a Sunday CES, and that always screws things up. And
Considering there's 4,000 vendors here, we across from us. Let's say we hit 150 as a group. That's a pretty good number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a good section of all the different technologies that are here.
Yeah.
Outside of maybe automotive, it's just tough to get a car up here.
Yeah, it's true.
Or
or a wheelchair. It's
yeah.
Although
but we did get a walker up here this year.
Although the wheelchair that climbed stairs theoretically could climb the stairs.
I did an interview with them in the
default.
Swiss Pavilion.
Yeah.
That I was impressed with.
Really?
Yeah.
I was going to do it too.
A former FIRST robotics student and somebody who idolizes Dean Kamen, who created the Segway and also a wheelchair like that called the iBot. And
17-degree incline it can climb up.
Wow. Yeah. Super cool.
It is cool. Well, I guess is this gonna wrap us? Or are we?
I think it is.
Okay.
I think that's it.
Very good. So
we got a graphic and some music, but other than that, I think we're done.
But let's give everyone one last shout. Go over to techpodcast.com. All the shows that participated are in the sidebar, and of course, I'm Todd Cochran from Geek News Central at geeknewscentral.com.
I'm Scott Arch with Plug Hits Live at plugHitsLive.com.
And Marlo Anderson with the Tech Ranch at thetechranch.com.
And before we go, remember we've got all the interviews will be published on techpodcast.com, so definitely keep an eye out for that.
And we want to thank Don Bain, the Gadget Professor at thegadgetprofessor.com, and of course Kirk with GNC Weekly at GNCweekly.com. Thanks everybody.
All right.
Thanks, Scott.
Bye.
Take care, everybody. See you next year.